LoveLore Library. Chapter 389. Little by little, she approached Gujingze. She hugged Gujingze's sturdy back. However, Gujingze's body moved. He suddenly felt something. He turned around and grabbed Lu Chuxia's arm and subconsciously threw her forward. Lu Chuxia was thrown to the ground. Lu Chuxia was in pain. She raised her head and looked at Gujingze sadly. Gujingze, what are you doing? Gujingze looked at her indifferently. You should know better than to approach a man from behind. Yes, Gujingze had received special training. He would definitely be able to feel it if she attacked from behind. Lu Chuxia felt even more wronged when she failed to hug him. She immediately burst into tears. She seemed to be venting all the grievances she had suffered these past few days. Gujingze, why are you bullying me like this? What's wrong with you? Gujingze frowned. He took out a handkerchief from his pocket and lowered his head to pass it to her. Lu Chuxia suddenly grabbed his arm and pulled him down. Lu Chuxia really couldn't wait to touch his sturdy chest. She looked at him in front of her and wanted to throw herself on him. He would always feel something when a woman was so close to him and tempted him. However, Gujingze's speed was still very fast. He directly flipped to the side. When Lu Chuxia realized it, he had already fallen to the side. Gujingze frowned. He really felt that Lu Chuxia was too much. However, when he looked down, he found that her tears were hanging on his arm. And there were a lot of them at once. Gujingze immediately felt uncomfortable. Lu Chuxia did not know. She angrily wiped away her tears and looked at Gujingze. Do you hate me that much? Gujingze, what's so bad about me? What's so good about Lin Che? Why are you so protective of him? This time, because the area was too big, Gujingze's arm quickly developed a rash and it was spreading. Lu Chuxia was still sad when she saw the abnormality of his arm. Gujingze, what's wrong? Your arm, get out of my way. Don't touch me. Gujingze gritted his teeth angrily. Lu Chuxia chased after him again. He pressed the bell. Immediately, someone came in and wanted to take Lu Chuxia away. Lu Chuxia already felt that something was wrong. Something was wrong with Gujingze. Something was wrong with those rashes. Why did he have a rash and have such a big reaction? Lu Chuxia seemed to have finally discovered something. When Chen Yuqing came out and left, he saw that Lu Chuxia was still outside. She kept staring at him, which made Chen Yuqing's expression even colder. Gujingze came out and looked at Lu Chuxia. She was the first to say, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I didn't expect you to have a problem with your body." Gujingze looked at her quietly. When he was silent, he gave off a huge pressure. Lu Chuxia said, "Really, I won't tell anyone. After all, we're relatives. Moreover, we've known each other since we were young. I know that if outsiders were to find out about this, it would cause a huge uproar. Moreover, it would be a problem for your future safety. So, I definitely won't tell anyone. Don't worry." After a while, Gujingze nodded. "Okay, I believe you." However, he still looked at her deeply and didn't say anything. After Lu Chuxia left, Chen Yuqing went to Gujingze's office. "What should we do now?" Gujingze sat there, fiddling with something in his hands. It would be fine if it was someone else, but there are many ways to make someone shut up forever. But she's Lu Chuxia, right? Chen Yuqing naturally understood. She was Lu Chuxia, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, a socialite in Country C. She was a relative of the Gu family through marriage. Moreover, she had once saved Gujingze's life. Gujingze said, "Let's wait and see." It seemed like that was the only way. Gujingze looked at Chen Yuqing and felt that he was a little different recently. However, in the end, he wouldn't ask his subordinates about their personal matters. So, he just smiled and waved his hand to let them leave first. On the set. From that day onwards, Gu Jingyu came to chat with her as usual. There was nothing out of the ordinary. The progress of the movie sped up again and everyone was busy. One day, Yu Minmin suddenly said to Lin Che while waiting for the scene to start, "Your sister signed with a new management company. I heard that this company is going to promote her." "My sister?" "Lin Li." "That's right." "Okay. The entertainment industry has always been unpredictable." "Yeah. I didn't expect that someone would be willing to promote Lin Li. After all, she has always been promoted with money, but she still couldn't make it. Moreover, after she broke off the engagement with the Qin family, many companies felt that she had no support and didn't want to promote her anymore. Now I heard that she signed with a TV series as the leading actress. She wants to be the leading actress as soon as she comes out." Actually, Lin Li's image wasn't very good. Although she was pretty, she didn't have the temperament of a leading actress. Sometimes, temperament was really important in this industry. Yu Minmin didn't have high hopes for Lin Li. However, some companies didn't want to promote a person only based on ability. Sometimes, there were all kinds of reasons. It wasn't a big deal that Lin Li was being promoted. However, she didn't expect that the first person Lin Li mentioned on the show was Lin Che. The host was instructed to ask Lin Li directly, saying that many people didn't know that Lin Che was Lin Li's biological sister. Lin Li said lightly, "Yeah. We've been developing our own careers these years. Lin Che doesn't want to be tied up with the publicity. Let's not talk about him." She said it as if Lin Che had some grudge against her and was purposely going against her. The host asked again, "Are you two good friends?" Lin Li said directly, "Lin Che and I don't really talk to each other." "Aren't you biological sisters? Why don't you talk to each other?" "Among the 3 sisters in my family, I'm closer to Lin Yu." "Oh, you're that famous TV producer, Miss Lin Yu, right?" "Yeah." "Then Lin Che, actually, we're not biological sisters. Although we have the same father, she's actually the child of my family servant. Back then, she seduced my father and gave birth to the child. My father didn't get anyone to abort the child and said that we'd be the ones to raise it. But perhaps because of this, she's not very sociable with us." At this moment, the national internet was in an uproar. Lin Li publicly said that Lin Che was an illegitimate child of a maid. Such a topic was quickly brought up and talked about. Yu Minmin's side finally exploded. She said directly in the company, "This Lin Li is trying to use Lin Che as a stepping stone for her comeback." Yang Lingxin couldn't help but say, "Then what should we do, Sister Yu? Are we just going to let her use us like this?" Yu Minmin said, "Of course we can't let her smear Lin Che like this." Chapter 390. But if she responded now, it would only make the news more sensational, which would make Lin Li's comeback even more popular. She didn't want to keep silent and let people speculate, but she was worried that if she responded, it would be exactly what the other party wanted. While she was thinking about how to deal with it, Lin Li continued to spread rumors. She was asked the reason why she broke up with Qin Qing at an event. Lin Li said it was because of Lin Che. She said that she knew Lin Che had feelings for Qin Qing, but she didn't expect that their sisterly relationship would be destroyed by their relationship, so they broke up in the end. Everyone was in an uproar again. Along with her, some Weibo vloggers said that they had found evidence to prove that Lin Che was indeed a mistress and stole Qin Qing. Some students in school also said that Lin Che was very close to Qin Qing and that he seemed to have a crush on her. Many internet water armies went online to say that Lin Che was a mistress and that his mother was also a mistress. Lin Li was proud of herself. Although she was also scolded for creating hype, she didn't care. She was creating hype and she had achieved her goal. She had been relying on Lin Che to get to the top of the hot search list. The TV series she was going to act in also became a hot topic. She was worried that she would be blacklisted by Gu Jingze, but Lu Chuxia told her that it was impossible and that Gu Jingze wouldn't care about such trivial things. As expected, Gu Jingze really didn't care. Lu Chuxia was right. Looking at the news, she thought that Gu Jingze would give Lin Che a chance to develop on his own, so he wouldn't care about her. She was right to make a fuss about it. Lin Che was furious. On the set, he was so angry that his teeth were hurting. He didn't expect that Lin Li would dig up so many things from the past and mix them up, making it hard for others to tell the truth from the lies. Yu Minmin said, "Don't be angry. We'll find a chance to fight back. I'd rather be a coward than give her a chance to scold me. I'd like to see what else she has to say. If I don't respond, she'll dig up the past sooner or later. Let's see what she can do then." Yu Minmin raised her eyebrows. There was nothing she could do about it. She can also dig up information about Gu Jingze. Unless she thinks that she has lived too long. That's true. Lin Che hid here to film, while Yu Minmin helped him deal with some matters. To his surprise, he met Lin Li on the set of another show. Lin Li was happy that she was back in the public sight again. She hadn't enjoyed the feeling of being a star for a long time. At this moment, she was so proud of herself. It felt so good to be admired by others. Because of this, she didn't care if others scolded her for creating hype. When she saw Yu Minmin, she didn't let go of the opportunity to add insult to injury. She said to her directly, "Hey, why don't I see Lin Che?" Yu Minmin ignored her. She smiled and said, "Don't tell me he's hiding and doesn't dare to come out." "Really, I'm waiting for her to respond." Yu Minmin said, "Don't think that we really can't do anything to you. It's just that there are some things that we don't want to be too extreme with. After all, it's better to leave a way out so that we can meet again in the future. In the entertainment industry, there are no eternal friends or eternal enemies." "Ha, Yu Minmin, are you teaching me a lesson? Do you really think that you've become a teacher just because you made Lin Che famous and people called you a celebrity manager for a few days? Why don't you look in the mirror and see who you are?" Yu Minmin laughed coldly. "I've looked myself in the mirror. At least I know who I am better than you. But you, I think you should know more about Lin Che than me. Don't go overboard and you won't be able to take it back." Her reminder reminded Lin Li of Lin Che and Gu Jingze's background. However, she had the Lu family as her backing now. They weren't just any family. Lin Li snorted and looked at Yu Minmin. "Then look in the mirror more clearly. Who do you think you are? You're just a lackey who cleans up other people's messes. Don't think that I don't know about your past. I heard that your family is dirt poor. Do you want me to help you a little?" Yu Minmin looked at her indifferently. Just as she was about to speak, a few people in uniform walked over. The person who came was Mr. President's secretary. This person often appeared in political news and spoke on behalf of Glass Palace, so many people knew about him. "Miss Yu." He bowed to Yu Minmin respectfully. "Is it convenient for you to come with us now?" Yu Minmin nodded and turned to Yang Lingxin. "You can watch the next program and wait for me to come back." Yang Lingxin looked at the scene in shock. She nodded quietly and said, "All right, I understand." Yu Minmin smiled at her and left with the Secretary General. Lin Li was still standing opposite them. Seeing that Yu Minmin had left, she had no one to vent her anger. It was just a little strange. The people behind him were still asking, "That person just now, is he the Secretary General of your esteemed self? He looks like him. That person is looking for Yu Minmin. Why would Mr. President's secretary look for Yu Minmin?" Yu Minmin couldn't possibly know this person, could she? Everyone was puzzled. They watched Yu Minmin leave, but they couldn't find an answer. Yu Minmin looked at the person. Mr. Secretary, is there anything I can help you with? The secretary turned and said, Miss Yu, I'm afraid you'll have to move into Glass Palace from today onwards. What? Yu Minmin asked in disbelief. Why? Because Mr. President has confirmed that your identity will be revealed soon. Now you need to move into Glass Palace to learn and get used to it, lest you expose yourself. Yu Minmin was still surprised. She was going to move into Glass Palace. That was the first scene of the daily news report. Every day, the news music would play and the yellow house would appear. Looking from afar, it looked like a palace. Now she was going to move into it. God must be joking with her. Can't I stay there? Yu Minmin asked. Even if she wanted to be his fiancée, she didn't have to be so real. The secretary said, It's been decided. This matter concerns Mr. President's image. Every detail can't be wrong. All right, he was right. A small matter concerning the president was also a big matter. The Gu family was really hard to deal with. She had just settled Gu Jingyu's matter and now Gu Jingming's matter was at hand. Yu Minmin could feel her temples throbbing. She still couldn't believe that she was going to move into Glass Palace. In Glass Palace. Yu Minmin walked past the speech area of Glass Palace that she had always seen on TV. Then, she walked deeper into the living area. The rest of the president's entourage lived around Lapis Lazuli Palace, clustered around this yellow building. Chapter 391. After entering, the servant of Glass Palace said to Yu Minmin, Miss Yu, this way please. This is your living area from now on. Mr. President has instructed that you can walk around the living area of Glass Palace at will. There is a study room over there, where the teacher will come to teach you every day. Yu Minmin said, What do I need to learn? Miss Yu, you need to learn traditional etiquette, diplomatic etiquette, English, French, classical literature, art appreciation. Wait, are these all what I need to learn? That's right, Miss Yu, the people here all wore the same black uniform. Both men and women wore the same uniform. However, there were more women than men. It seemed that they had been carefully selected. Every one of them was very distinctive. Their hair was tied up meticulously. When they walked, their footsteps were very fast, but they did not make any sound. It was Yu Minmin's first time coming into contact with life in Glass Palace. She stood there in a daze. What are you looking at? Just then, a cold voice came from behind her. Yu Minmin turned around. Mr. President was already standing by the door. In Glass Palace, there weren't as many guards and government officials behind him, but he was still dressed in black and cold. Yu Minmin said, Do I have to learn so many things? It's not that easy to be the First Lady. When you agreed, you should have known that you would have to bear a lot of responsibilities. All right, I'm not saying that I don't want to learn. I'm just a little surprised, Yu Minmin said. Gu Jingming sized up Yu Minmin's simple clothes. In the future, there will be a professional to help you with your clothes. A stylist? Sort of. I don't think so. I'm just wearing a simple outfit today. If there's a formal occasion, I'll dress more formally. No matter what occasion you attend, you can't have any symbols on your clothes, body, or accessories that might cause misunderstandings or cause trouble. You should know that the Secretary of State was asked to resign 2 years ago because he was wearing accessories from other sections. Yu Minmin was stunned. She thought of it as well. She pursed her lips and her heart suddenly felt heavy. The huge change after moving into the Glass Palace was probably, her every move had become a major event that could affect the regime. It was no longer a small matter that could be handled casually. Gu Jingming put an information card in front of her. The wedding date will be announced in a month, and the wedding will be held in 3 months. You will appear in public for the first time when the wedding date is announced. Remember that you can forget about being the first lady at that time. At least, at that time, act like a woman. Yu Minmin grabbed the information card and looked at the densely packed itinerary, the materials that needed to be prepared, the study time. Every detail was customized like a machine. Hey, isn't the time a bit too tight? I can't get used to it yet. This is a notice, not a discussion. Gu Jingming interrupted her. Yu Minmin's face stiffened. She knew that he probably hated her. All right, I'll try my best to adapt. Gu Jingming took one last look at her and turned around. But his footsteps gradually stopped in the middle. He stood still and turned back. I can't promise you anything. I can only tell you that one day, if you have your own life, I will set you free. Yu Minmin was stunned. Gu Jingming said, I've investigated. You've never been in a relationship before. You've never had a boyfriend or someone you like, right? Yu Minmin nodded silently. Gu Jingming only said lightly, you should feel lucky. After saying that, he walked out of the room. That night, Yu Minmin stayed in the glass palace. The servants brought her clothes and luggage. The silk pajamas were very comfortable. She called her mother and told her that she wouldn't be going home that night. Her mother asked for the reason over the phone, but Yu Minmin didn't know how to answer. She could only say, I am working. She usually worked late and sometimes stayed in the company. Her mother didn't say anything about it and told her to take care of herself. However, she couldn't fall asleep as she slept in this luxurious room that she had never slept in before. Through the window, she looked at the glass palace guards walking around outside. The next day, the news broadcasted that the future president's wife had moved into the glass palace. She was learning etiquette and was preparing to become the most enviable first lady of the century. It was said that she was the most enviable first lady of this century. Naturally, it was because this time's president was really extraordinary and handsome. Even if he didn't become the president, he would definitely be the type that would fascinate all women anywhere. What's more, he was still the president. Lin Che looked at the television. Everyone was guessing who the president's wife was. Yang Lingxin asked, Sister Che, you haven't seen him before. Lin Che said, Big brother doesn't go back to the Gu mansion often. We don't go back often either, so we haven't seen him before. What a pity, I still want to see who Mr. President is. Although Mr. President is a little older and not as good-looking as Gu Jingze, or as charming as Gu Jingze, he is still the most handsome Mr. President in history. I really want to know whose luck is so good. Lin Che smiled. Although he was curious about who Gu Jingze's brother ended up with, he was only worried about why Yu Minmin wasn't here yet. At this moment, Yu Minmin finally called. She said that she was outside the company and might have to make some changes to her work. When Lin Che and Yang Lingxin went out, they saw 2 of the president's bodyguards following behind Yu Minmin. The president's bodyguards were different from the Gu family's bodyguards. The Gu family's bodyguards wore blue scarves in the pockets of their black uniforms, while the president's bodyguards had a brooch pinned to their chests. Lin Che was stunned. Yu Minmin gritted her teeth and said, I might not be able to appear on camera in the future to help you make a statement. My job is more behind-the-scenes planning. I'll be looking for an executive assistant for you. I'll still be your manager, but I'll have to hand over some external work to someone else. Lin Che looked at her in shock. Yu Minmin knew that she couldn't hide it, so she could only say to her, You heard that Mr. President is getting engaged, right? That's right, I heard. Mr. President is getting engaged to me, what? What? Lin Che and Yang Lingxin looked at Yu Minmin in shock. They were really stunned for a moment. Yu Minmin looked at Yang Lingxin. It's a long story. Anyway, I'll make some changes to my work now. She looked at Lin Che and said, I hope I can find such a good husband. Lin Che wanted to tell her that when it came to marriage, it still depended on feelings. Wouldn't it be better to get married when the conditions were right? However, before she could say anything, Gu Jingze called. Lin Che remembered that she had promised Gu Jingze that she would go out with him, so she quickly left the office. Gu Jingze picked Lin Che up and they went to eat together. Gu Jingze seemed to be very busy lately, so Lin Che didn't have the heart to disturb him. Looking at Gu Jingze, she asked, You seem to be very busy lately. Gu Jingze nodded. Yes, I'm busy with some things. He looked at Lin Che and reached out to rub her head. After this, I'll take you out to play. Really? Where are we going? It's up to you. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. So, are you busy with Big Brother's marriage? Gu Jingze paused and looked at her. You know about it? Lin Che said, yeah. How did you know that I know about it? I haven't said anything yet. Gu Jingze was speechless. You've never cared about my business. You must know about it if you suddenly ask. Okay, but why is it Yu Minmin? Gu Jingze said, she just happened to meet him. It's no one else's fault. But Big Brother has no feelings for her, right? That's right. That's too bad. This is politics. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. Yu Minmin has become a victim of politics. It can't be helped. Do you mean that Minmin will be alone for the rest of her life after she gets married? That's right. Lin Che pouted. You guys are so bad. Gu Jingze said, there's no turning back on this matter. If there was, we wouldn't have made this decision. But this concerns whether Big Brother can continue to be in this position and the political issues that the people of this country will face. So, it's true that it's bad, but there's nothing we can do. Lin Che's heart sank. However, such a serious issue couldn't be controlled by selfish personal feelings. Lin Che only felt a little sad for Yu Minmin. Besides, maybe she doesn't care. After all, she won't have to worry about food and clothing if she becomes the president's wife. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. Did he think so too? A marriage without feelings and not having to worry about food and clothing was fine. Lin Che said, Min Min isn't that kind of person. If she really cared about food and clothing, she wouldn't be an unknown manager. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. All right. Anyway, you're such a pig brain. Everyone is the best in your eyes. No. In my eyes, you're the worst. Lin Che snorted. Gu Jingze's eyes twitched. He looked at her and whispered in her ear, How am I bad? Tell me. Chapter 393. Go, go, go. Sit over there. Stay away from me. Lin Che shouted. She looked at the driver in front. There were other people here, but he still dared to stick so close to her. Gu Jingze took her to a Western-style restaurant to eat. When they got out of the car, the bodyguards had already cleared out the people inside. Everyone could only see Gu Jingze holding Lin Che from afar. They guessed who they were. They saw the blue badges. They said that it was the Gu family's bodyguards. They were probably from the Gu family. Gu Jingze sat down with Lin Che and let Lin Che order his favorite dishes. As Lin Che ate, he was still thinking about where they should go. Gu Jingze said he would take him out to play. What do you think of the Great Barrier Reef? Lin Che asked. You want to go? I'm just wondering if there are any popular places these days. I haven't been to any of them, so I can go anywhere. Gu Jingzi said, it's a good place to rest. But I want to go to Europe too. How about Iceland? It's not the best time to go there, but it's quite beautiful. Ah, you say it's good everywhere. I don't know how to choose. Yeah, because you said you haven't been to any of these places. I've been to all of them, so of course I can go anywhere. Wow, you've been to so many places. Lin Che looked at him. Have you been to all the places in the world? I've been to some places for work, and I go to some places for vacation every year. I've also been to a few places with my family. I can't say that I've been to every place. But with your IQ, I think I've been to all the places that you can name. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingzi enviously. Why don't you not go then? You've already been there. What's the point of going? You don't have to go there just to accompany me. Gu Jingzi looked at Lin Che and said, it's okay. I've been to many places for work, but I haven't been to many of them. Why didn't you have a good time? Since I'm going there for work, I don't have time to wander around. Lin Che tooted and looked at Gu Jingzi sympathetically. Although he was rich, he had missed out on a lot of scenery because of his busy schedule. As Lin Che spoke, Gu Jingzi's phone rang. Gu Jingzi picked up his phone and saw the name. His expression remained the same, but he glanced at Lin Che first, got up, and went out to answer the call. Lin Che felt strange. Whose phone number was so mysterious? It seemed like he rarely made phone calls behind her back. Although there were many confidential business matters, she didn't understand any of them and never cared about them, so he didn't talk behind her back. Gu Jingzi held the phone. What's up? Lu Chuxia said over the phone, because I'm concerned about your condition, I want to say that I know 2 good doctors. Let's meet and talk in detail. I'm eating. We'll talk later. Don't you want to? Jingzi, I'm doing this for your own good. Besides, I don't know what's going on with you. It's weird to make wild guesses. Why don't you tell me in detail? Gu Jingzi was silent, holding the phone. After a while, he said, all right then. That's great. Jingzi, see you later. Lin Che was inside. When he saw Gu Jingzi coming back, he asked him, what's wrong? What's up? Gu Jingzi shook his head. Let's eat. Gu Jingzi didn't want Lin Che to do these things with him, so he didn't say anything. After the 2 of them had eaten, they still hadn't discussed where they should go for the holiday. Gu Jingzi said that he had something to do first and asked someone to send her home. Lin Che could only nod. Looking at Gu Jingzi, she felt that he was really busy recently. After Lu Chuxia put down the phone, the corner of her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. She had gotten a hold of Gu Jingzi's weakness. She knew that Gu Jingzi wouldn't want outsiders to know about this. Now it seemed that this weakness was indeed effective. Gu Jingzi would be afraid of her because of this. However, this wasn't enough. She had to make good use of this weakness. Lu Chuxia thought about it. This kind of thing couldn't be done by herself. But didn't she just train a lackey recently? She picked up the phone, fiddled with the things in front of her, and called Lin Li. Lin Li, there's something that I want you to do for me, okay? Lin Che watched Gu Jingzi leave, and he returned to the Gu mansion in the car. At this time, while he was scrolling through WeChat, he saw that Lin Li had sent him a WeChat message. Sis, the media is too hyped these days. Don't mind it too much. A weasel paying a chicken a New Year's greeting. Lin Che thought about it and replied, it's okay. I'm glad to see that you're being scolded badly. Lin Li quickly replied, it's work after all. I can't make decisions about work. I can only listen to others. You know that. But you're my sister after all. There's something I need to remind you. Gu Jingze seems to be a little close to another woman recently. It was like a weasel paying a chicken a New Year's greeting. Really? Thank you for reminding me. Lin Che didn't want to talk to her anymore. However, he couldn't stop Lin Li from saying, at the clubhouse at number 3 Chongmen Road. I happened to go there and saw Gu Jingze with a woman. What do you think he's doing at the clubhouse with a woman in the middle of the night? Of course, maybe he's socializing. I hope I'm just overthinking. Lin Che glared at Lin Li on the phone and turned off his phone screen. However, it was impossible to say that he didn't care. He still cared a little. She picked up her phone and her eyes darted around. In the end, she couldn't help but call Gu Jingze. The call went through quickly. Lin Che asked, "Are you still busy?" "Yeah." What are you busy with? Is it about Big Brother?" "Yeah, I have to meet some people." Gu Jingze didn't think of anything else on the other side of the phone. He just went along with the flow and looked at Lu Chuxia in silence. Lin Che looked at his phone. Just then, he saw that Lin Li had sent him another picture. In the picture, Gu Jingze and Lu Chuxia were sitting on opposite sides of a round table. They were drinking and talking about something. Lin Che's heart sank. She felt that her heart was pounding and she couldn't breathe. She pursed her lips and went home. She went into her room without saying a word. She was too lazy to say anything. When Gu Jingze came back, he asked the servant where Madam went. The servant said, "I'm not sure if Madam is not feeling well." She went into the bedroom and didn't come out again. Gu Jingze frowned. He lifted his feet and entered the bedroom. Chapter 394. Seeing that Lin Che was lying on the bed, Gu Jingze walked over and placed his hand on her forehead. Lin Che was shocked and hurriedly opened her eyes. Seeing that Gu Jingze was right in front of her, she thought about how he had actually lied just now, so she raised her hand and slapped his hand away, saying, "What are you doing?" "I came to see you." "Are you sick? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Lin Che pouted. "No." "Then why do you look so pale?" "There's probably something wrong with what we ate tonight," Lin Che said. Gu Jingze's forehead darkened. He picked up the phone. "There's a problem with the food at the restaurant tonight. I need you to deal with it." Hearing his cold voice, Lin Che was stunned for a moment. Did the so-called deal with it mean that he wanted them to turn it off? This Gu Jingze is too overbearing. Lin Che hurriedly said, "Gu Jingze, what are you doing?" Gu Jingze looked at her. "Didn't you say that there's something wrong with the food at night?" It's not their problem, it's your problem, alright?" Lin Che said angrily. Gu Jingze was stunned. He looked at her and said, "What's wrong with me? Don't you know what's wrong with you? How dare you ask me?" "Gu Jingze, you're right. We're just a contract marriage. If you want to have another woman, you can tell me directly. You don't have to lie." Gu Jingze's anger was ignited when he heard the words, contract marriage. He looked at Lin Che. "I dare you to say that again." Why wouldn't I dare to say it? You even dared to do it, so why can't others say it? You don't have to lie. I don't care if you're with Lu Chuxia. She didn't care. Gu Jingze bit his lip. How did she know that he was with Lu Chuxia? "I'm with Lu Chuxia for a reason, but I have no other relationship with her. Whoever you hang out with has nothing to do with me." "Is there no other relationship? Then why lie?" Worried that she would be angry. Why was he worried that she would be angry? There was still a connection. Lin Che knew that if he told her that he was going to meet Lu Chuxia, she might mind and be angry. But he wasn't as angry as he was now. She was even angrier because he had lied to her. Gu Jingze stood there and looked at her. It has nothing to do with you. Lin Che, I dare you to say it again. Lin Che snorted and got up from the bed. What's wrong with saying it again? Gu Jingze, what you do has nothing to do with me. If you want to meet someone, you can meet him openly. If you don't feel comfortable meeting him outside, you can bring him back. If you feel that I'm an eyesore here, I'll leave now. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. His anger surged to the top of his head, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge out one by one. Seeing that Lin Che had taken off her clothes and bag and was about to leave, Gu Jingze stood there with a straight face. He pointed at her and roared, Lin Che, if you dare to leave, don't come back. Lin Che was currently in a fit of anger, so how could he care about what he said? Who said I was coming back? Lin Che simply stuffed the clothes into his bag, then strode out. Gu Jingze hadn't expected her to leave just like that. Seeing that the door had been pushed open, she walked out without looking back. Gu Jingze chased after her. Outside, Lin Che dragged her suitcase down the stairs. She seemed to be in a difficult situation. Gu Jingze's temples were bloodshot. He looked at her and said, Lin Che, come back here. Lin Che only snorted. Lin Che, you, come back now, do you hear me? Lin Che continued walking down and finally reached the bottom with difficulty. Gu Jingze held on to the handle and looked at the stubborn Lin Che from above. What a damned woman. How could she leave just like that? However, at this moment, the helper was looking at them curiously from the side. She seemed very surprised and curious. He wondered what was wrong with this couple again. Gu Jingze took a step forward, but noticed that the helper was looking at him. He immediately stopped and looked down. All right, Lin Che, don't regret it. I won't regret it, humph. Lin Che said as she pushed open the door and walked out. You, how dare she talk to me like that? Gu Jingze felt that his lungs were going to explode. However, he still stood there proudly and watched her leave. He snorted and strode inside. Noticing that the helper was still looking at him, he turned around coldly and looked at the helper with a sharp gaze. The helper was grateful and pretended that nothing had happened. They went back to their own work. Gu Jingze went back to the bedroom angrily. Looking at the empty bed, he went back to the sofa and lay down. He thought to himself, this damned woman is really getting bolder and bolder. Lin Che walked out of the Gu house and looked back. She thought to herself, this Gu Jingze is a domineering man, a pervert, and a philanderer. You can go by yourself. I'm not going to serve you anymore. She glared at the huge house and looked at her suitcase, but she didn't know where to go. She had no choice but to call Shen Yuran. Shen Yuran said in surprise over the phone, no way, boss. Did you quarrel with Gu Jingze? Yes. How is it? Do you have a place to take me in? I've been kicked out of my house and I'm living on the streets. How could Gu Jingze bear to kick you out? You must have thrown a tantrum and run away from home. Fuck off. Why wouldn't he? He has so many women. Without me, countless women will rush up to him. He doesn't care where I live. Do you have a place for me to live? I really want to live on the street now. Go to a hotel. My house is so messy. It's not suitable for you, young mistress. I'm not going to a hotel. How would I know which hotel belongs to the Gu family? I don't want to have anything to do with the Gu family now. Shen Yuran was speechless. All right then. If you don't mind, you can come and live with me. Come to the house I rented. Shen Yuran told Lin Che the place and she went there quickly. Shen Yuran met Lin Che downstairs and said, welcome, young mistress. But I'm under a lot of pressure with you coming here like this. Will Gu Jingze blow up my house? Lin Che glared at her, patted her head and said, "Get lost." "Yes, young mistress. I'll get lost now." Lin Che was speechless. She pulled the suitcase up and threw it in her room, looking at Shen Yuran. Chapter 395. Everything was fine here. It was a cozy little nest. After Shen Yuran had moved out of his house, he had rented this place. In fact, he had only moved in for a few days. Because he had quarreled with Shen Yuran, he had also quarreled with his family. Shen Yuran said, "Hey, this place isn't even as big as the Gu family's toilet." Lin Che said, "No, it's not bad." "Oh yeah, did you really quarrel with your family? Are you going to stay here from now on?" "That's right, I'm not going back. If I say that Shen Yulan made such a big mistake, and she still keeps siding with him, I don't know what will happen in the future." When Shen Yulan returned, not only was she not scolded, she was even comforted and told to behave well in the future and not to make any more mistakes. Shen Yuran was talking about his parents, but they were talking about Shen Yuran instead. "Your boss is so rich. What's wrong with helping to pay back 150,000? Shen Yuran said that she wanted to return the money, okay? That was her money. They even said, he's so rich yet he still wants you to pay him back. Why are you so bad?" Shen Yuran thought gloomily, it's only right and proper to repay a debt. Just because the other party is rich, they must help you. Based on what? Shen Yuran recalled that there was a post on the internet that said, "If you're weak, you're right." It was completely referring to her parents. However, she couldn't get through to them. It was useless no matter what she said, so she just brought it out herself. Lin Che said, "Yeah. Actually, it's a good idea to move out. After all, you're old now. It'll be more convenient for you to date. Hee, this place isn't bad. It's so cozy. It's very suitable for dating." Lin Che narrowed his eyes. Shen Yuran bumped her with her butt. "Get lost. Hurry up and pack your luggage. Just throw it inside. Who knows when you'll be able to go back." At the mention of this, Lin Che felt unhappy again. She opened the box with a straight face. Because she came out when she was angry, the things in the box were not well packed. It was a mess of things that were basically useless. In the end, he had no choice but to use Shen Yuran's things. She and Shen Yuran were very good sisters. Between the two of them, it was only the palace treasury that they would not change clothes. They would casually wear anything else, so it did not matter what they wore at this time. Lying on the bed, Lin Che thought of Gu Jingze and felt annoyed. All the men of the Gu family were detestable. Gu Jingze was detestable, and so was Mr. President. Playing with a woman's feelings and marriage, none of them are good. However, Gu Jingyu was still very good. However, it was only limited to friends. She and Gu Jingyu were good friends. Who knew what would happen if Gu Jingyu got married one day? As his thoughts ran wild, Shen Yuran suddenly got up to answer the phone. She hurriedly looked at Lin Che and went out to receive it. "What are you doing so late? I've already emailed you the information for tomorrow. What's up so late? Why do you speak so softly? Is there a secret in this room?" "That's right. A big shot came to my house today. He's sleeping on my bed." "What?" "The young mistress of the Gu family, do you think she's a big shot?" "Gu family?" "Lin Che." "That's right. If she went to your place, then." "Gu Jingze, they quarreled." It was Gu Jingze who did the bad thing first. He cheated on two girls at the same time and lied. Men are really bad. It's their nature to lie. Chen Yuqing quickly hung up the phone. At the Gu family, Gu Jingze was seen by someone. Lin Che went to Shen Yuran's place and asked them to keep an eye on him. But because of his anger, he couldn't sleep. Just then, Chen Yuqing called. President Gu, did you quarrel with Lin Che? Gu Jingze pursed his lips. He was too lazy to speak. Chen Yuqing said, if you need me, you can call me at any time. After all, I'm your psychiatrist. Gu Jingze didn't know what to do now. He wasn't used to apologizing to people and he didn't understand what girls were thinking. Especially now that he was angry and didn't want to apologize at all. The next day, Chen Yuqing's studio was cordoned off early in the morning. When Shen Yuran arrived, someone looked at her and said, Assistant Shen, you can't go in for the time being. Shen Yuran looked at the people standing there. They were all from the Gu family. She couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Is Gu Jingze here? That's right, President Gu is here. Everyone was surprised that Shen Yuran dared to call Gu Jingze by his name. She was really bold. However, they all knew that Shen Yuran was very favored recently. Chen Yuqing actually asked her to be his assistant. This was really surprising. Naturally, there were also people who were jealous of her. They felt that she had not been here for long, but she had been promoted by Chen Yuqing so quickly. The two of them even spent time together day and night, longer than anyone else. Who knew what kind of relationship they had with each other? Shen Yuran didn't follow them in. She stood there and saw that everyone was looking at her. It was a little strange, so she found an opportunity to go to the meeting room inside. In the room, Gu Jingze sat at one side and looked at Chen Yuqing. Chen Yuqing said, so it's actually because of Miss Liu. I don't know how, but she found out that you and Miss Liu met outside, so she got angry. Gu Jingze took a deep breath. That's right. Chen Yuqing said, at this time, it doesn't matter what the reason is. What's important is President Gu's attitude. But there's a reason for this. Moreover, she was wrong to run away from home so angrily. President Gu, what's your purpose for coming here? Do you want to clarify who is right and who is wrong, or do you want to coax Madam back? Okay, Gu Jingze's expression changed slightly. Actually, he didn't want Lin Che to be angry. But he definitely didn't want to apologize. Seeing that Gu Jingze didn't speak, Chen Yuqing said, so now we are clear. If you want Mrs. Gu back, you have to know that when a woman is angry, it's completely useless to reason with her. She doesn't want to listen to you being reasonable. She wants to hear you coax her. Is it enough to coax her back? President Gu, at this time, you should put down your pride and coax her. In fact, the reason why she is angry is not important. What's important is your attitude, is that what she wants? Besides, why would a woman be angry? It might sound complicated, but it's actually very simple. First, you don't treat her well enough. I believe that you are already very good to Madam. Second, you don't give her enough money. Third, you have another woman. To put it bluntly, you are just jealous. Chen Yuqing patted him on the shoulder. You have a long way to go, President Gu. Gu Jingze looked at his hand that was about to slap him. Watch your hand. Chen Yuqing quickly put his hand down. When Gu Jingze left, his face was still gloomy. No one dared to say anything to him. They could only lower their heads and see him off without saying a word. Chapter 396. Lin Che was still in Shen Yuran's little nest. She heard her phone ring. She picked it up and saw that it was Gu Jingze. She almost picked up the call right away, but then she realized that something was wrong. They were quarreling. She couldn't be bothered to go to the company or the filming site. She just wanted to stay at home and do nothing. Thus, she hung up the phone. She snorted and wrinkled her nose at the phone. I don't want to talk to you. Men who lie are all bad men. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Lin Che was stunned. She got up, wondering if Shin Yuran was back. But she should have the key. She went to open the door. The moment she opened it, she saw a crowd of people outside. And Gu Jingze was at the front. He stood by the door. He was taller at home and didn't stand out. This building was a little short, so it made people feel that he was astonishingly tall. It felt like he would hit his head as soon as he came in. Lin Che choked. She looked at Gu Jingze and was about to close the door. However, Gu Jingze blocked the door. He placed his hand on the door. The door slammed into his hand, but he didn't move an inch. Lin Che's heart ached and she quickly let go of the door. But she still looked at Gu Jingze and said angrily, "What are you doing?" Gu Jingze's face darkened. He looked at her and said, "Lin Che." Lin Che turned his face away, refusing to look at him. "Let go. I'm going to close the door." "Okay, Lin Che, come back with me," he said. Lin Che said, "I don't want to go back." Gu Jingze's face darkened. "It's not safe here. Come back with me." "How is it not safe?" "It's not safe there." Gu Jingze said, "Stop fooling around. Come back with me. There are perverts and bad women at your place." "I'm not going back, humph." Gu Jingze said, "The door here doesn't even have anti-theft mechanisms. It's too dangerous for you to stay here. Come back with me, okay?" "There's no anti-theft mechanism here. There aren't that many bad people to deal with ordinary people like us," Lin Che said. "Lin Che, can you be more sensible?" Gu Jingze's eyes darkened when he heard what she said. Lin Che said, "All right, I'm insensible. You're the only sensible one. But at least I didn't lie." "Humph, you." Gu Jingze said. "Get out of the way, I'm going to close the door. Don't stay here, okay?" Lin Che still wanted to close the door, but his hand was still on the door, not letting her close it. She really didn't want to slam the door again and squeeze his hand. "Come out quickly. Now you have two choices. One is to come out, and the other is for me to go in and catch you," Gu Jingze said domineeringly. Lin Che was stunned. Putting aside the fact that there were so many people behind him, Lin Che definitely couldn't defeat Gu Jingze himself. With such great strength, this small door was indeed a piece of cake for him. "If you don't go out, you don't even think about coming in. Hurry up and come, I'm going to scream." "What's your name?" "I asked everyone to come and take a look. Someone is trespassing." Gu Jingze humphed, "I'd like to see who can stop me." With that, Gu Jingze stiffened the door. With that much force, Lin Che couldn't stop him. Seeing that Gu Jingze was about to barge in, Lin Che hurriedly shouted, "Ah, help! Help! Someone is breaking into the house and robbing us." At the side, an old woman opened the door. "What are you screaming for? What are you screaming for?" she shouted and opened the door. Seeing so many people outside, she was stunned. She looked at them suspiciously, not knowing what was happening outside. "Ah, ah, ah. Are the loan sharks here to collect money?" The old woman could only think of that. Otherwise, why would there be so many people, all of them so strong, standing outside and looking at them coldly? Gu Jingze took a deep breath and looked at the old woman. "Auntie, I'm here to look for someone, not a loan shark." When Lin Che heard this, he hurriedly shouted, "Auntie, auntie, he's a loan shark. Quick, help me call the police. That shameless husband of mine owes me money," but in the end, that shameless husband ran away by himself. Now they're here. I have the elderly and the young at home, I'm all alone. I can't die. Gu Jingze stood there and looked at this damned woman. She dared to call him a shameless husband? The old woman was so frightened that her eyes moved as she looked at the people in front of her. You, loan sharks are illegal. Why are you bullying a woman? Lin Che hurriedly nodded, that's right, that's right. Why won't you let me close the door? Auntie, help me call the police. The old woman didn't dare to care about this. She could only look at them and said, I'm really going to call the police if you do this. Gu Jingze sighed and could only glare at Lin Che. He said to the old woman, Auntie, you've misunderstood. She's my wife, but we have a little conflict, so she came here. She doesn't want to see me, so I'm here to take her home. The old woman was even more confused. Gu Jingze looked at the old woman and said, Auntie, we're all good people. Do we look like loan sharks to you? The old woman looked at Gu Jingze, who was tall and thin. His face was surprisingly good-looking. Although the person behind him was cold, he didn't look like a gangster. This Gu Jingze was very likable. She chuckled and looked at Lin Che, who was also good-looking. Oh, that's right. I don't think you look like a loan shark. You're so good-looking. How could you be a loan shark? You're so good-looking that you're definitely going to do the right thing. Don't you need to do that? Lin Che was speechless. He didn't know that the old woman was also obsessed with appearance. Would a good-looking person not do bad things? Auntie, how can you think like that? Lin Che cried out. The old woman said, young lady, it's normal for a husband and wife to quarrel and reconcile at the end of the bed. Since he's so good-looking, please don't be angry anymore. Lin Che pouted and looked at Gu Jingze. After hearing the old woman's words, his expression softened a little. He then looked at Lin Che calmly. Lin Che curled his lips and said, I'm not going back with him. He'll definitely bully me if I go back. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and said, all right, come with me. Hurry up. No, if you don't let go, I'm really going to slam the door. I'm not moving. Gu Jingze pushed the door open and was about to enter. Lin Che was instantly forced into a corner. Gu Jingze, you. With that said, she stuck her leg out from the crack of the door and kicked at his leg. Gu Jingze was stunned. He felt her kick on his thigh and stepped back in pain. This woman dared to kick him. Gu Jingze took a step back and loosened his grip. The door was suddenly slammed shut in front of him. Gu Jingze froze. Chapter 397. He was full of anger as he knocked on the door. Lin Che, open the door. Lin Che didn't expect the door to close just like that. Had Gu Jingze been locked out of the room by him? She was indeed a little too bold to do it in front of so many people. But he was so despicable. He had done something wrong, but he still came to her arrogantly and didn't know how to soften up. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if she went back with him just like that? As a woman, she should be more dignified. She couldn't be so unprincipled. If she went back obediently when he asked her, how could she stand in front of him in the future? Moreover, she wasn't appeased yet. He was meeting Lu Chuxia in private for no reason, and he was hiding it from her. How could she accept it so easily? Gu Jingze knocked on the door hard. Lin Che thought that the door, which didn't look very sturdy, would be broken by him. No, I won't open it. Gu Jingze, go away, go away. Lin Che shouted from the door, determined not to open it. Are you going to open it or not? Believe it or not, I'll break the door down. You dare to break the door? I'm behind the door. You can break me down too. I won't open it. Lin Che shouted angrily. You! Outside the door, Gu Jingze was stunned. Hearing Lin Che's voice, he thought gloomily, Lin Che still dared to go against me like this. He must have spoiled her too much recently, right? However, when he heard her say that the person behind the door, he stood aside and thought about it. Although he could really break the door down if he wanted to. In the end, he didn't dare to do so. What if she really stood at the door foolishly, and it hit her? Gu Jingze said, You really won't open the door. I won't open it, I won't open it. Lin Che was still arrogant. You! Gu Jingze pointed at the closed door. He looked and looked, but in the end, he couldn't do anything. He swung his hand and looked at the people behind him. Just you wait, he said fiercely to the door, flicked his sleeves, and left. The people behind saw Gu Jingze leave, looked at each other, and could only follow him out. Lin Che, who was inside, listened to the commotion outside. He leaned against the door and listened for a while before he slowly opened the door a little. Sure enough, there was no one outside. She heaved a sigh of relief and thought that Gu Jingze had called so many people to take her back. When Shen Yuran came back, she saw that the neighbors outside were looking at her strangely. She even felt a little surprised. After entering the elevator, someone pulled her aside and asked, Is room 803 your home? Ah, yes, what's wrong? Shen Yuran's heart sank. He thought to himself, did something happen? The neighbor said, there were a lot of luxury cars downstairs today. Then, a group of people went up. I was scared to death. Did you offend someone? When Shen Yuran heard this, his hair stood on end. He immediately knew that it was probably Gu Jingze. Lin Che would be fine, right? Worried about this, Shen Yuran hurriedly smiled at his neighbor and said, It's okay, it's okay. I didn't offend anyone. It's just that my house has guests. Then, she hurriedly got out of the elevator and ran out. The people in the elevator were still puzzled. Guests? Who exactly lived in room 803? It seemed that the guests were so powerful. When Shen Yuran reached home, she saw that Lin Che was still wearing her pajamas and watching TV. She heaved a sigh of relief. Okay, I thought something happened to you. What could possibly happen to me? Lin Che said. Did Gu Jingze come here today? Yeah. Lin Che curled his lips and told Shen Yuran. Shen Yuran said speechlessly, No way. You actually dared to kick CEO Gu. Lin Che said, What's wrong? I think it's a miracle that you're still here, Shen Yuran said. Lin Che said, It's nothing. Anyway, I kicked him and he left. Shen Yuran said, Anyway, don't tell others that you actually kicked CEO Gu. They'll definitely think that you're bragging too much. Shen Yuran thought that Lin Che was probably the only person who dared to treat CEO Gu like that. However, Gu Jingze had a bad start. He really learned nothing from Chen Yuqing during the day. Didn't he learn anything at all? The next day, Lin Li's crazy bombardment came again. She participated in a show and cried about her feelings. Although she didn't mention names, she said that her relationship with Qin Qing had ended because someone else had gotten involved. As he talked about his relationship with Qin Qing, he said that he hadn't appeared recently because he was recovering from his emotional wounds. He said that he had been hurt badly. In the end, he said that he had decided to stand up strong and not care about the pain of the past. Lin Che almost made a decision when she heard that. What? In the end, on the same day, a lot of scolding appeared on Weibo. The internet water army and some deceived netizens all said that she was a mistress. Lin Che was extremely angry. In addition, she was fighting with Gu Jingze. She really felt very depressed for a moment. However, at this moment, Ching suddenly made a statement in her company. In the statement, she said that she had broken off the engagement with Lin Li and that it had nothing to do with anyone else. She and Lin Che were childhood sweethearts and had known each other for many years. They were just friends. She liked Lin Che since they were young. He felt sorry for Lin Che because he had always liked Lin Che, but Lin Che didn't care about him. That was why he got together with Lin Li to get closer to Lin Che. Later, he broke off the engagement with Lin Li because he felt sorry for her. Besides, he still felt that he didn't love Lin Li and that Lin Li wasn't Lin Che after all. That was why he broke off the engagement with Lin Li. Moreover, he posted evidence to prove that after he broke off the engagement, he didn't get the 30 million yuan betrothal gift back. It was considered as Lin Li's compensation. He implied that he didn't know why Lin Li didn't say it out loud. He didn't say it out loud, implying that Lin Li was the one who asked for the compensation. The situation suddenly changed. Lin Li suddenly became a substitute. Although she was pitiful, Lin Che's suspicions were cleared. Lin Che, who was watching from the company, immediately understood that Ching had taken all the blame for the incident herself. He knew that it was useless to explain, so he simply said it so that he would take all the blame. Lin Che didn't expect that Ching would do that. As for Lin Li, she was so angry that she almost passed out when she saw the statement. Did Ching mean that she, Lin Li, had become Lin Che's substitute? Although Ching would be scolded badly, no woman wanted to be called a substitute. She was suddenly belittled, as if she was not as good as Lin Che. It was like Lin Che had become the superior heroine, and she had become a miserable supporting role again. How could Lin Li be happy about this? Chapter 398. Ching. Is she really interested in Lin Che? Why is she so supportive of him? The netizens began to analyze the situation. They said that Lin Che was indeed innocent and that Ching was too despicable to take advantage of a woman's feelings. Lin Che and Lin Li were sisters, but there was a big difference between them. Lin Che was much prettier, which meant that they didn't share the same mother. A while ago, Lin Li had been pretending to be pitiful, which annoyed everyone. At this moment, someone said that Lin Li was much more scheming than Lin Che, and that any man would like Lin Che, not Lin Li. Of course, there were also people who scolded Lin Che and thought that Ching was bad. But maybe Lin Che had seduced her first. After all, Lin Che was a mistress. His mother was a mistress, so she was also a mistress. However, at this time, someone dug up a lot of information about Lin Che and Ching. There were graduation photos from high school and middle school, photos from activities, and personal photos. Lin Che and Ching had known each other for a long time, much longer than he had known Lin Li. This also proved Ching's words. It meant that they had known Lin Li for a long time, and Lin Li had gotten to know Ching through Lin Che. From the photos, Ching had indeed been taking good care of Lin Che. The two of them had been deskmates for years, and that hadn't changed. Someone said that Ching wasn't lying since she knew Lin Che first. Later on, some people realized that Lin Che's photos from middle school and high school were also very cute and beautiful. Some people even went off topic and said that Lin Che was very cute at that time. Moreover, her face and eyes looked exactly the same. It seemed like she was a natural beauty who had not gone through plastic surgery. Lin Che knew that Lin Li wouldn't be able to do anything after hearing the news. Yu Minmin said, "I didn't expect Ching to say that." She looked at Lin Che and the indifferent expression on his face and sighed. Anyone could tell that Ching said that for her sake. Lin Che picked up his phone and walked out. He paused for a moment before calling Ching. Qin Ching picked up the phone after a long time. Lin Che, he said. Qin Ching, you don't have to do this. Oh, you mean that? He chuckled. It's okay. This is all I can do for you. But the truth is not like that. Why did you let everyone scold you because I lied? Although I didn't try it out, I broke off the engagement and caused you trouble. It's my responsibility, so I can't just sit back and do nothing. Alright, let me help you, Lin Che. Even if I'm a useless man, at least I can help my good friend in this matter. What else could Lin Che say? He was so touched that he could only hold the phone and thank him. When they went back inside, Yang Lingxin saw that Lin Che was still in a bad mood. She said to Lin Che, Sister Che, everyone's talking about Lin Li now. No one's talking about you. Don't be upset. Lin Che could only smile. No, I'm not upset because of this, Yang Lingxin said. Yang Lingxin said, moreover, everyone thinks that you're indeed prettier than Lin Li. Serves Lin Li right for talking about this. In the end, when the photos were released, everyone felt that she was indeed a little girl in front of Sister Che. Seeing that the two of them were silent, Yang Lingxin thought about Qin Ching. She leaned over and whispered, Sister Che, is what second young Master Qin said true? Does he really like you? Yu Minmin patted Yang Lingxin. She was just spouting nonsense. Lin Che looked at Yang Lingxin. He pursed his lips and said nothing. Yang Lingxin could only stick out her tongue and explain, I just think that it's understandable that they like you, Sister Che, since you're such a nice person. Alright, go pack your documents first. We're going to eat soon. Are you going to get off work? Yu Minmin said. She raised her wrist and looked at it. I'm going to leave first. You guys go eat first. Okay. Yu Minmin had been busier recently. She didn't spend much time in the company. Lin Che was already used to it. When they went out to eat, he only had Yang Lingxin follow him. The two of them went to a nearby restaurant to have a casual meal. At the Gu residence. Chen Yuqing looked at Gu Jingze, speechless. I said not to explain. I didn't ask you to go over there so brutally and drag her away. You have to say something nice and coax her back. I didn't ask you to rob her, okay? Gu Jingze took a deep breath. He leaned against the wall and looked outside, not saying a word. Chen Yuqing really felt that Gu Jingze's EQ was high enough. However, Gu Jingze had indeed never encountered such a thing before. Otherwise, with Gu Jingze's ability, which woman wouldn't listen to him? Who would dare to do something like this to Gu Jingze? This Lin Che was really something. He even made Gu Jingze look for her personally. He even kicked Gu Jingze back in front of so many people. After talking to Gu Jingze, Chen Yuqing left helplessly. Shen Yuran followed him out. Chen Yuqing said, I've already tried to persuade him for you. But his EQ is very low. I don't think he'll do it. Shen Yuran said, I think he'll never do anything bad to Lin Che since he treats him so well. But he should at least try to coax her. He's so stupid. I'm worried for them. Quarreling occasionally is also a kind of feeling. Alright, forget it. Let's go. Shen Yuran and Chen Yuqing went back to the studio together. On the way, they were called by someone who said that there was a psychopathic murderer who had some psychological and physical problems. They hoped that they could help. When Chen Yuqing arrived at the studio, he hurriedly changed his clothes and left with Shen Yuran. Seeing the two of them leave, the people in the studio were still muttering. Dr. Chen has been spoiling Shen Yuran so much recently. He brings her everywhere. Yeah, and he even teaches her personally. Dr. Chen is such a busy person, but he still has to be at her beck and call. Is there really something going on? That's a pity. Dr. Chen has been single for so many years. Sob, is he going to be taken away just like that? Someone said jealously, is he an ordinary person? Assistant Shen is Mrs. Gu's bestie. She was the one who introduced her to our studio. It's not a coincidence that such a cold person like Dr. Chen has to teach her. Are you jealous? You also have a young madam bestie. Lin Che and Yang Lingxin were eating at a restaurant. Lin Che was in a bad mood, so he didn't eat much. Yang Lingxin said, Sister Che, do you want to eat more? You look so thin. It's not good if you don't eat more. Lin Che said, okay, I'll eat more. You can eat first. I just don't have an appetite. Just then, someone beside them seemed to have noticed Lin Che. Lin Che, wow, you're eating here too. Lin Che looked at the fans and could only raise his head and smile. The fan said, can I take a picture? Chapter 399. Lin Che nodded. The girl took the photo and was very happy. She bade farewell to Lin Che and left. After a while, the boss of the restaurant noticed Lin Che. Although the restaurant was very famous, it was Lin Che's first time here. The boss had many celebrities here before, but it was the first time he had seen one so popular. He quickly went over and said, Miss Lin Che, can I take a photo? Lin Che was very polite. She smiled and said, of course. The shop owner hurriedly took a photo and then asked Lin Che with a smile, Miss Lin Che, is it okay if we hang our photo over there? It's our honor to have such a popular star come here for the first time. Everyone likes you so much. If I hang it up, everyone will be very happy to see it. Lin Che knew that this was a form of promotion for the restaurant. She didn't think it was a big deal, so she nodded and agreed with a smile. The boss immediately said happily, this table is on me today. It's on me. Lin Che said, it's okay. We should pay. It's okay. It's just a photo. It's not a photo. Miss Lin Che, you're such a nice person. Moreover, I've always liked you. I'm so happy to see you today. I have to treat you. Lin Che couldn't reject his enthusiasm, so she nodded and agreed. She sighed and thought that she would have to find a private room the next time she came out to eat. The strange thing was that when she went out with Gu Jingze, no one would chase after them. But when she went out on her own, she would be recognized. Of course, she didn't know that Gu Jingze had always asked his bodyguards to stop people from disturbing them. When she went out on her own, no one followed her, and more people dared to come over. Seeing this, Yang Lingxin said happily, wow, Sister Che, you don't have to spend money to eat now. It's so good to be a celebrity. Lin Che said, actually, it's okay to spend money, but it's hard to reject him since he's so enthusiastic. It didn't cost much for the two of them to have a simple meal. Yang Lingxin said, it's so nice to come out with Sister Che. Lin Che forced a smile. She wasn't very interested. Just then, someone came to disturb them. Lin Che was already in a bad mood. The person said, I want to ask, are you Lin Che? Lin Che didn't eat much and replied lazily, no. Hearing her words, the man pursed his lips and looked at her indignant expression. No way, you're Lin Che, right? What's there to be afraid of? I'm not a pervert, and I didn't say I wanted to take a photo with you. What are you afraid of? Lin Che looked at this woman speechlessly. Yes, I am Lin Che. Since you've already confirmed it, why are you still asking me if I am? Since you've asked, I have the right to choose. It's my freedom to say whether I am or not. When the woman heard that, she harumphed and said, "Oh, what's so great about being a celebrity? Seriously, what are you so proud of? Aren't you raised by us fans? Don't be so rude to us. Is she sure she's a fan? Okay. It's my fault. I've let you down. Don't be my fan anymore. Thank you. Yang Lingxin looked at this weirdo and said, really, who cares if you're a fan? When that person saw this, she became even angrier. How can you speak to your fans like this? Lin Che said, alright, little Axean, we're almost done eating. Let's go. Yang Lingxin said, yeah, I'm not going to lower myself to this weirdo's level. The woman was so angry that her face turned red. You're starting to act like a big shot now that you're famous, huh? I'm going to take a photo of you and expose it on the internet. Don't regret it when that happens. Lin Che sneered. He stood up and said, okay, go ahead and take a photo. Little Axean, come and take a photo of what I'm about to say. She looked at the woman in front of her. Her aura was already a head higher than hers. Lin Che said, listen to me carefully. That's right, I'm Lin Che. I'm an artist and I act on television to entertain everyone. But right now, it's time for me to get off work and I'm eating here. This is my private time. Although I'm a public figure and should always be careful of my attitude, I'm still a human being. I get sick, I get sad, I get angry, and I get sad. When you see me with a bad attitude, you don't know if something has happened to my family or if something sad has happened to me. Even if I'm a clown, I don't have to smile for you every day. Even clowns have sad moments. Lin Che said, listen to what I'm saying. Besides, I didn't do anything to you at all. I only said that I'm not Lin Che. What else did I do? I didn't hit you, scold you, or humiliate you. On the contrary, you kept insulting me and saying that I'm just a small-time celebrity and that I'm acting like a big shot, right? Hearing Lin Che's words, everyone looked at him. They were surprised and were instantly infected by Lin Che's aura. They couldn't help but think that Lin Che was indeed not an ordinary person. His image was better than ordinary people, and his aura was also better than ordinary people. Although the woman felt embarrassed, thinking that Lin Che really didn't say anything, she felt that she was being unreasonable. But at this time, with so many people watching, she still wanted to save face. You're a celebrity, of course you'll say nice things. What's wrong? What are you trying to do? Are you colluding with your fans to beat me up? Seriously, all the flattery on television about how friendly and down-to-earth you are, turns out it's all fake. No one in the entertainment industry is real. I really don't know how you got so popular. No matter how good-looking you are now, don't forget that you're just an illegitimate daughter. The whole world knows that you stole your sister's fiancé. Lin Che's anger had truly been ignited. He looked at the woman in front of him and said, say that again. What's wrong? Do you think I'm afraid of you? We'll talk if you dare to touch me. Let me tell you, this shopping mall is owned by my family. If you dare to touch me, I'll get someone to kick you out immediately. You're just a small celebrity. Do you really think you're that great? If you met my father, you would have already stuck your dog face to him. Yang Lingxin was so angry that she was about to go crazy. What did you say? I dare you to say that again. Just then, someone suddenly entered the shop. Lin Che turned around to look. The people wearing the Gu family badge had already entered. Seeing Lin Che's pale face, the person thought that she was afraid and said proudly, who do you think you are? I asked you if you're Lin Che. That's your honor. However, at this moment, Gu Jingze had already entered the shop. Everyone present looked at the door in surprise. The woman had already said her last words. When she raised her head and saw Gu Jingze, she was also slightly stunned. Lin Che hurriedly said, hey, you said that this shopping mall is yours, right? he quickly said to the woman. The woman was stunned. What? Then you can chase these people out right now. I'll apologize to you immediately. She raised her head and looked at Gu Jingze. Although she didn't know who had come in, she still felt that he seemed to be very powerful. Seeing that she didn't say anything and only looked at Gu Jingze with a love-struck expression, Lin Che hurriedly said, You said that this shopping mall is yours. I don't believe you. If you dare to chase him out, I'll believe you. The angle of his body pressing down was just right. Lin Che was almost lifted up by his embrace. Her waist was soft and drooping, making people feel that it was very graceful. Most importantly, the handsome man and the beautiful woman made people feel comfortable no matter how they looked at them. There was also a group of cold-faced bodyguards behind them, making the scene even more amazing. They had never seen such a scene before. Ordinary people like them never thought that they would meet Gu Jingze at a restaurant for a meal. Yang Lingxin, on the other hand, was completely stunned. Seeing Gu Jingze hugging Lin Che and kissing him right in front of her, she felt her mouth go dry and her heart race. She stared at the two people in front of her. Lin Che found another opportunity to push Gu Jingze away. Panting, she looked at Gu Jingze's face and didn't know what to say. I promise you that I won't see Lu Chuxia alone again, he said. Lin Che knew that she was being willful. However, she didn't know why her temper suddenly became so bad. She even childishly ran away from home. Actually, she really didn't have the right. However, being his wife was a very tiring thing. Because he was so outstanding, there would always be women who were infatuated with him and couldn't control themselves. Then, they would stick to him. Lin Che knew that Gu Jingze wasn't such a scumbag. He probably wouldn't lie to her easily. There would always be a reason for him to lie. However, she couldn't help but feel angry. Moreover, she ran away from home this time because she wanted to vent on a spur of the moment. Now that she had vented most of it, her mood had calmed down a lot. However, she was still a little concerned. She wondered what he and Lu Chuxia talked about when they met alone. Even if he didn't have any intentions, when Lu Chuxia looked at him, it was as if she wanted to skin him alive. That feeling was really annoying. Lin Che didn't know when she became such a willful woman. She thought that she really couldn't go on like this. She looked at Gu Jingze and said, Who cares if you see her or not? Just leave quickly. Gu Jingze looked at her speechlessly. Aren't you going home? I don't want to go back. I want to stay with Shen Yuran for a few days, she said. Gu Jingze said, Why don't you want to go back? Shen Yuran moved out to live alone. I haven't stayed with her in a long time, so I want to stay for a few days. It seemed that as a husband, he couldn't refute this reason. He knew that she was still angry, so he couldn't force her anymore. He could only say, You really are. This woman really knew how to make people angry. These days, Gu Jingze felt that he was going to die from anger because of her. However, he was helpless and couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't hit her, scold her, or even carry her home to get her fixed. Forget it. Gu Jingze looked at her deeply. He could only sigh in his heart. What else could he do about her? She really spoiled her. Sooner or later, he would find a chance to teach her a lesson. The people around them were really surprised. They couldn't understand what the two of them were doing. However, they saw Lin Che glare at Gu Jingze coldly for a while, and then push and hit him. This woman was too daring. She even dared to do this to Gu Jingze. Wasn't she afraid of being thrown out by the Gu family's cold-faced bodyguards? Chapter 401. Although Gu Jingze looked angry, he didn't do anything to Lin Che. This was even more surprising. After Gu Jingze left, Lin Che remembered that Yang Lingxin was still there. She turned around and thought of how Gu Jingze kissed her without caring about anything. She felt that her neck was about to turn red, but she could only look at Yang Lingxin. Well, it's late. Let's go after we get our things. Yang Lingxin looked at Lin Che in surprise. Sister Che, are you angry with President Gu? Lin Che touched his ear in embarrassment. It's just a small matter. Yang Lingxin was even more surprised. But why didn't you go back with President Gu? I'm going to stay at Yuren's place for a few days. Okay, but President Gu came all the way here. Don't be angry with him, Yang Lingxin said. Lin Che sighed as he stared ahead. So what if she cared about him? Actually, she wasn't that angry anymore. She just felt uncomfortable. She thought that this uncomfortable feeling would disappear in a few days. Lin Che said, I'm not angry anymore. However, Yang Lingxin said, really? Then why didn't you go back with President Gu? Really? We have some complicated things. Anyway, you won't understand. Let's go. Yang Lingxin watched Lin Che get on the car. She didn't get in because it wasn't on the way, so she decided to take the subway back. But as she watched the car leave, she muttered unhappily. Gu Jingze actually came personally to coax her to go back, but she refused to go back. Gu Jingze came personally. How could she be like this? She felt that Gu Jingze was already giving her face by coming. Gu Jingze was such a high and mighty person. He didn't need to coax her. But she was still not satisfied and refused to go back. This was a little too outrageous. Lin Che naturally didn't know that Yang Lingxin would think like this. She returned to Shen Yuran's place very quickly. Shen Yuran found it strange. She knew that Gu Jingze had gone to look for Lin Che, but she still looked like she wouldn't give up until she achieved her goal. She thought that even if she carried Lin Che, he would be carried back. However, she actually came to her place again. Lin Che told Shen Yuran what had happened. He told her that he had asked Gu Jingze to leave first and that she would stay here for a few days. Shen Yuran was speechless. You're the only one who dares to treat Gu Jingze like this. Lin Che occupied Shen Yuran's large bed. What's wrong with me? Shen Yuran said, but it makes sense. You two are husband and wife. What's the difference in status between a husband and wife? It's normal for a husband to make his wife happy, and it's okay for a wife to be a little arrogant. That's how life is. But if others see you treating Gu Jingze like this, they will be scared to death, okay? Lin Che said, I didn't do anything. I already said that I'm just here to stay for a few days. Yes. It's nothing. You just want Gu Jingze to go home and stay alone. Your Gu Jingze is so attractive. Aren't you afraid that if you stay here for a few days, other women will have the chance to hook up with your Gu Jingze? Forget it. I don't want a man who can be seduced. Lin Che turned over and thought about it. But Gu Jingze really attracted the attention of women. Shen Yuran said, just tell me that. If he really gets abducted, let's see if you don't cry when the time comes. Yu Minmin was sitting behind the desk in Glass Palace, watching the etiquette teacher teach her. Her attitude was respectful, but it was also absolutely strict. Some things were difficult for Yu Minmin to learn. After all, she was born in the lower class. She really didn't know much about etiquette. The etiquette teacher looked at Yu Minmin speechlessly. She could only say to her, Miss Yu, you're going to be the mistress of Glass Palace in the future. Time is tight now, but you haven't made any progress. It looks like you have to increase your study time. What? Increase it? Yu Minmin studied until midnight every night. If she increased it, did she not want her to sleep anymore? The etiquette teacher placed a stack of documents in front of her. Yes, Miss Yu. These are your lessons tonight. If you don't finish reading these documents, I'm afraid you won't be able to go to sleep. Yu Minmin looked at the tall stack of documents. She felt like she was going to go crazy. But she had no choice. She could only look at the teacher pitifully. Can I read less? She had been sleeping for only 4 hours a day for the past few days. However, the teacher was very determined. You must finish reading today, Miss Yu. With that said, she sat inside and watched Yu Minmin study. Yu Minmin gritted her teeth. She thought to herself that it wasn't easy to be the wife of the president. Country sees history, its founding history, its political system, and the friendly relations between the various countries. These messy things filled Yu Minmin's mind. But it was dry and boring. It really made it hard for her to continue reading. Halfway through, the teacher said that she could move around. Yu Minmin thought that it was some good activity, so she quickly got up. But outside, she saw that the helper quickly brought out a very tight formal suit, a skirt that wrapped around her hips, and a pair of slim heels that were more than 10 centimeters high. The teacher said sternly, "You can wear these for a walk." These? How am I supposed to wear them? These heels are too high, Yu Minmin said speechlessly. The teacher said sternly, "That's right, but you have to wear these. In the future, you will often wear similar attire during your daily meet and greet. You have to get used to it." Yu Minmin had no choice but to grit her teeth and put it on. But the clothes were so tight that Yu Minmin felt like she couldn't breathe. And the heels were too high, so she felt like she was really going to fall at any moment. Yu Minmin finally put it on. Everyone looked at Yu Minmin's outfit and couldn't help but feel that it was actually very dignified. It was just that Yu Minmin usually wore loose clothes, so they really couldn't tell that Yu Minmin's breasts were shockingly huge. They looked like they were D. So, wearing this formal dress, it set off the bulge in the middle. That bumpy look was really too sexy. Moreover, it had to be said that when Yu Minmin really dressed up, she looked very stunning. Perhaps because she was too skinny and her breasts were disproportionately large, it made people feel that she was really beautiful. Yu Minmin didn't notice that everyone was looking at her differently. The heels that were difficult to wear had already forced her to put in all her effort. She held on to the wall as she walked. The teacher said helplessly, "Miss Yu, you have to loosen your grip a little. If you keep holding on to the wall, how will you learn to walk dignifiedly?" Okay. I won't hold on to you." Yu Minmin hurriedly loosened her grip. However, just as she loosened her grip, her legs became unsteady. "Ah! Help!" Yu Minmin screamed and fell forward. At this moment, a figure was walking in front of her. Unexpectedly, her body bumped into him. The surrounding people instantly sucked in a deep breath. Mr. President was here, but not only did Yu Minmin not teach her well, she actually threw herself onto Mr. President. Yu Minmin was dizzy from the fall. When she raised her head, she saw Gu Jingming's deep and serene eyes. Only then did Yu Minmin realize that she hadn't fallen to the ground. Instead, she had thrown herself onto Gu Jingming's body and was sprawled out. Gu Jingming was tall. He lowered his head and looked at her coldly as he asked, "What are you doing?" Chapter 402. He held her arm, and Yu Minmin hurriedly stood up straight, not daring to touch his clothes again. "I'm sorry. I accidentally fell." Gu Jingming lowered his head and glared at her. The teacher said, "Mr. President, it's our fault. We didn't teach Miss Yu well. Please punish us." Yu Minmin wanted to say that it had nothing to do with them. But when she looked up, she saw that everyone's hands were clasped in front of them and their heads were lowered. The temperature in the room seemed to have dropped a few degrees. Yu Minmin didn't dare to say anything else and lowered his head as well. Gu Jingming glanced at them and said, "Do you know what the consequences would be if she fell like this at the National Assembly banquet?" Everyone was even more afraid to raise their heads, and they all lowered their heads even more. Gu Jingming supported Yu Minmin and said coldly, "Get out and ask the butler to deduct your salary." Deducting her salary. It was her fault. What did it have to do with them? Yu Minmin looked at them walking out dejectedly and said to Gu Jingming, "Actually, it's my fault. You don't have to make things difficult for them. It has nothing to do with them." Gu Jingming looked at Yu Minmin. "If you want to sympathize with them, learn well. If you don't want them to be punished again, you'd better be able to stand in front of the camera without making any mistakes in a week." Yu Minmin looked at Gu Jingming. What a tyrant. To think that the media praised him so much and even said that he was a warm man. Warm my ass. Once again, Yu Minmin felt that the most fake thing wasn't the entertainment industry, but their industry. "I'll try my best. It's just that I don't have any foundation, so I'll be slower. Anyway, I'll try my best." "You don't have to punish them anymore," Yu Minmin said. Gu Jingming looked at her. "I spent a lot of money to hire them. I didn't do it slowly. Alright, take care of yourself." Yu Minmin wanted to say something but Gu Jingming realized something was wrong. What was wrong with her clothes? Although it was a very traditional black jacket with a white shirt inside and a skirt that wrapped around her hips, why did it look so strange on her body? He looked around and finally realized that something was wrong. Her breasts. Yu Minmin had medium to short hair that draped over her shoulders. It was a natural black without any bleaching. It was different from her messy appearance at the beginning. After all, she had been styled by a professional. She looked very refreshed. Her slender long legs and thin waist were even more obvious under the wraps of her formal attire. Her breasts that were propped up were also more conspicuous. Gu Jingming fixed his eyes on her and looked away. He said to the person behind him, "Call the stylist tomorrow and ask her to change some clothes for Miss Yu." "Yes, Mr. President." Gu Jingming glanced at her one last time, glanced at the study materials in the room, and then turned to leave. Yu Minmin finally let out a sigh of relief. She felt that as soon as Gu Jingming arrived, all the servants around her became depressed. Seeing that Gu Jingming had left, everyone heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin sighed. "Your Mr. President is too cold and strict. You can't blame the teacher. Is it because I'm not good at learning?" "Really?" The helper could only pout and say, "It's not that. You're going to appear in front of the camera for the first time next week. It's a little tight, so Professor Qin and a few other professors are specially invited from abroad. Mr. President has put in a lot of effort for Miss Yu." Hearing this, Yu Minmin couldn't help but ask, "Invited from abroad? Are they all very good?" "Yeah, Professor Qin is an etiquette teacher in King M. He specializes in serving the royal family." Yu Minmin's mouth didn't close for a long time. Was she going to enjoy the treatment of the royal family one day? Just then, the teacher came back. Thinking that this young girl was serving the royal family, Yu Minmin suddenly felt a deep sense of respect for her. She hurriedly studied harder. However, these materials were really difficult to understand. It was too difficult to instill so much knowledge in one go. Yu Minmin studied until 2:00 in the morning before going to bed. The next morning, she was woken up again at 5:00. In a daze, she felt that she was really going to die. However, she heard from the helper that Mr. President was having breakfast in Lioli Palace today, so she hurriedly went over. Gu Jingming had been too busy recently, so he hadn't come back many times. Today was really the first time he had breakfast in Lioli Palace. Yu Minmin hurriedly cleaned up, and a few people helped her. Early in the morning, she dressed herself up. She made herself simple but beautiful, refreshing and grand, and then she was pushed out. Outside LoveLore Palace, the food that had been tested and confirmed to be fine would be placed on the table. There was a long table with exquisite tablecloths on it. Plates of all sizes were shining under the crystal overhead. Gu Jingming was the only one sitting at the big table. The others were staring at him as he ate. However, Gu Jingming didn't seem to care at all. It was obvious that he was already used to it. "Good morning," Yu Minmin greeted. Seeing that everyone was looking at her strangely, but no one replied, Yu Minmin could only put down her hands awkwardly. She walked to the table, and the helper pulled out a chair for her to sit opposite Gu Jingming. Gu Jingming didn't even raise his head. His long fingers were holding a pair of chopsticks with engravings on them. He was eating delicately, like a cat. His movements were slow and elegant. It was as if his every expression and movement was a work of art. It was so coherent. Yu Minmin looked at Gu Jingming. In fact, she felt that he was a very handsome man. His eyes were enough to confuse people. His thin lips made him look mean. He was sitting very straight. His long fingers and broad back made him look very suitable in the black suit he was wearing. She sat there, looking at the man opposite her, sighing in her heart. No wonder he was the president who was welcomed by the whole country. Thinking about how many followers on his official website, he was almost obsessed with him, and thinking about how many young people, because of him, began to pay attention to politics that they never paid attention to. She looked at his smooth movements and was almost stunned. Until he glanced at her and asked with a frown, "Why are you staring at me?" It was only then that Yu Minmin reacted. She quickly lowered her head and thought in annoyance that she would one day stare at a man in a daze, almost as if she was obsessed with him. The worst thing was that he had found out about it. She quickly said, "Aw, it's nothing. I'll learn how you eat." Gu Jingming stared at her and didn't say anything. He put down the spoon in his hand and said, "Don't go anywhere today. If you don't finish the lesson this weekend, you will bear the consequences." Seriously. No matter how good-looking he was still a demon. He was a completely cold demon. Chapter 403. Yu Minmin called Lin Che and told him that she couldn't go to the company anymore. She was afraid that she would have to study at LoveLore Palace. She also complained about how perverted Gu Jingming was. Lin Che was also very surprised. "Brother, you look quite nice. You're not as scary as you said, are you?" Yu Minmin said, "I finally know what Satan is. I used to think that it was a myth, but now I feel that it's very real. It's talking about Gu Jingming." Lin Che laughed and said, "You'll definitely be attacked if the fans of the president hear you call Mr. President by his name. But you haven't seen it. You don't know how afraid everyone is of him. There are so many rules here and the things to study are unimaginable. Gu Jingming has such a handsome face, but he's such a terrible person. It's a pity that I can't expose his true colors. Otherwise, I'd like to see who would really like him." Okay. Bear with it. But the wedding date is really going to be announced next week. Are you ready? Yu Minmin was speechless. "I haven't thought about it at all. I'm dizzy from studying every day. How can I remember anything else? Okay. I'm hanging up. The teacher is calling me." Lin Che hung up. Shen Yuran was eating noodles at the side. He said, "No way. Yu Minmin sounds miserable. But Mr. President isn't that scary. Maybe it's really different in private," Lin Che said. "But I don't think it's scary." Shen Yuran said, "You've met too many people. But it's really amazing. One of the people around me is Gu Jing's wife, and the other is going to be the president's wife. Everyone can only talk about them on TV and on the internet every day, but now they're so close to each other. As a result, I feel a sense of superiority when I see people talking about them. That's enough. Suddenly, a sound came from outside. Shen Yuran jumped up and said, "Something seems to be happening outside. I'll go out and have a look." Shen Yuran opened the door and heard someone saying, "I don't know who it is. They're moving in this direction. I see a lot of luxury cars and people down there." A luxury car. Shen Yuran hurriedly pulled a person over and asked, "What's wrong, auntie?" The neighbor pointed downstairs and said, "You don't know, but someone just said that a very good-looking man came downstairs. Several cars worth millions are parked downstairs, and he moved a lot of furniture upstairs. I'm going to take a look. I wonder who he is, how old he is, and if he's married. My daughter is beautiful and young. I'll introduce her to him." Lin Che also heard the noise and came out to take a look. "Who moved in?" "I don't know, but I have a bad premonition," Shen Yuran said as she walked with Lin Che to the window in the corridor. This apartment building was a large passageway. There were more than 20 small apartments in the passageway, so there were many people who came out to watch the show. The two of them leaned over the window and looked down. If the people below were not from the Gu family, who else could they be? Shen Yuran saw that those people were really moving things. The onlookers surrounded them and pointed at them excitedly, especially those old women who had nothing to do. They were all very excited. Someone hurriedly walked up and said as he walked, "I've lived for so long, but I've never seen such a big scene. Who is this? I heard from my daughter that the car downstairs is worth more than 10 million. It's called a Bentley or something. It's very expensive." Shen Yuran watched those people move the high-end furniture upstairs in a daze. She turned her head and looked at Lin Che. "Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze didn't buy the apartment here, did he?" Before Lin Che could react, he heard a calm voice behind him. "What are you standing here for?" "Gu Jingze." The two girls turned around and saw Gu Jingze standing high behind them, looking at them calmly. Chapter 404. Shen Yuran jumped up and muttered, "It must be Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze, my place is so messy. I really don't want CEO Gu to see this. Can't you guys go next door and show off your love?" Lin Che glared at her, but quickly got up and went to open the door. When he opened the door, he saw Gu Jingze standing alone outside, looking at Lin Che. His eyes were clear, like a whirlpool in the sea, and it was easy to sink into them. Lin Che said, "What? Aren't you guys going to eat?" he asked calmly. Before Lin Che could say anything, Shen Yuran said, "Of course we are. CEO Gu is really smart. We were just about to eat. CEO Gu, do you want to join us? What do you want to eat?" Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. "Whatever. What do you want to eat?" Shen Yuran said, "Why don't we cook ourselves?" "Oh yeah, do you want to eat hot pot? We have seasonings at home." "Ha." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. He didn't seem to have eaten hot pot before. Shen Yuran said, "What's wrong? CEO Gu doesn't like hot pot." Lin Che was about to say that Gu Jingze probably wouldn't like it, but Gu Jingze said, "Anything is fine. Let's eat." Shen Yuran stood up immediately and said, "Okay, let's go buy some ingredients and cook. There's a supermarket nearby." Lin Che looked at Shen Yuran's quick movements and shook his head speechlessly. He had never seen Shen Yuran do things so quickly. The three of them went downstairs. Gu Jingze was in front, and Lin Che and Shen Yuran were behind. In the elevator, Shen Yuran was still thinking about what ingredients to buy. Just then, the elevator stopped and someone got in. Her eyes lit up when she saw Gu Jingze. He didn't care that Lin Che and Shen Yuran were watching him. He just stared straight at Gu Jingze. When the elevator went down, she couldn't help but say, "Oh, you're the one who just moved here today, right?" Gu Jingze paused and realized that the auntie was talking to him. These aunties usually didn't like to pay attention to gossip news, nor would they read financial news or political news. Naturally, they didn't know what it meant to care for one's family without caring for one's family. She looked at the man in front of her and thought that he must be a very powerful man, and he was also very good-looking. She smiled and looked at Gu Jingze. "You're really good-looking. Are you married?" Gu Jingze asked. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. He was not a talkative person. Facing the enthusiastic middle-aged woman, he paused for a moment. The auntie didn't wait for his reply before she hurriedly said, "My daughter is only 24 years old. She graduated from Q University in B City and is a local. Look, it's a pity that I don't have a photo of her right now. But since we're in the same building, why don't you come to my house tonight and be a guest? You'll know when you see her. My daughter is especially suitable for you." He's already starting to pull strings to get a son-in-law. Shen Yuran and Lin Che looked at each other, then raised their heads to look at Gu Jingze. They saw that he was still looking at the aunt with a straight face. Lin Che thought, no matter where this monster went, he would always attract a lot of attention. He couldn't stop for even a moment. At this time, another middle-aged woman in the building outside had already noticed them. Seeing that the middle-aged woman had already surrounded them, they didn't want to be left behind and quickly rushed over. "Young man, why did you move to our place? Young man, which company do you work at? Who said that?" "He said that he runs a company." "Young man, does your family run a company? You're really something. I'm talking to him here. Why are you interfering?" "What? You're the only one who's allowed to come here to get close to your daughter, but not us." "Young man, my niece is prettier than her daughter. She even graduated from a foreign university." "Hey, you, why are you like this? What's so special about a foreign university?" The scene suddenly became lively. Shen Yuran and Lin Che watched from the side. They were simply amazed. These retired middle-aged women who had nothing to do at home, Shen Yuran finally couldn't stand the noise anymore. He said directly, "Hey, middle-aged women, don't waste your energy. He has a wife, okay? He's already married, okay?" The middle-aged women who were arguing suddenly looked over. Shen Yuran pushed Lin Che forward and said, "His wife is here. What are you guys doing?" The middle-aged women were only focused on looking at the handsome man. How could they be interested in Lin Che, who was wearing a baseball cap and keeping a low profile? At this moment, Lin Che was pushed out, so he could only raise his head slightly and nod. He looked at the middle-aged women and smiled speechlessly. The middle-aged women quietened down and looked at Lin Che. Although they were already very surprised by him, they still looked at him with disdain. They didn't expect that such a young man would have a wife. The middle-aged women said, There's nothing you can do about it since you already have a wife. Let's talk about it in the future when there's a chance." "Hey, what chance? They'll be together for the rest of their lives. Don't you know how to talk?" Shen Yuran was furious. Lin Che could only take a deep breath. After watching the middle-aged women leave dejectedly, he raised his head and looked at Gu Jingze awkwardly. "I told you not to come." Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows and said, "Let's go." All right, he could only continue walking. Soon, they arrived at the supermarket. They bought a lot of groceries and some daily necessities. Shin Yuran kept running in front and didn't want to be a third wheel in the middle. Lin Che pushed the cart and looked at Gu Jingze from time to time. He said, "Why did you come here? Look, it's a mess here and the place is very small. Have you never lived in such a small apartment before? Just to experience it." Gu Jingze said, "Besides, it's small, there's nothing else. There are so many people here. It's like a dormitory. Just to experience a dormitory." He lowered his head and said, "All right, since the big CEO said so." They finally went back after buying the groceries. Although the middle-aged women who were taking a walk finally stopped asking questions, they still looked at them curiously, which made them feel very speechless. As they were sizing each other up, they were also discussing without any scruples. It was obvious that they were talking about Lin Che and Gu Jingze at first glance, which made people feel even more awkward. They didn't know where to look. Fortunately, the three of them soon reached Shin Yuran's place. Because Shin Yuran had all kinds of seasonings, Shin Yuran directly started cooking and didn't go to Gu Jingze's place. Shin Yuran saw Gu Jingze coming in and sat on the small sofa. She secretly said to Lin Che, "Gu Jingze's legs are so long. Look, my small sofa is like torture for him." Chapter 405. Lin Che looked back. Indeed, Gu Jingze's legs were quite long. Shin Yuran said, "Moreover, Gu Jingze is actually in my house. Oh my, if the agent finds out, they will write that this is the place where Gu Jingze stayed. I wonder if the price will skyrocket." "That's enough. Hurry up." Lin Che quickly pulled Shin Yuran back. Shin Yuran carefully prepared the hot pot. The three of them sat at the small dining table and Shin Yuran said embarrassedly, "President Shin, this place is a little shabby." Gu Jingze looked around and said, "It's okay." Shin Yuran said, "And the food isn't very delicious. It's just hot pot. You can eat as much as you want." Lin Che looked at the soup in the hot pot and felt a little embarrassed. He looked up at Gu Jingze and said, "Shin Yuran is also one of us. If you don't like him, you can tell me directly." Gu Jingze was speechless. Gu Jingze looked at it but still said, "No, I don't like it. I've never eaten this kind of food before. I want to try it." Shin Yuran felt like she was going to heaven when she saw Gu Jingze's good attitude. His attitude was so good. So good. Gu Jingze ate the cooked food and felt that it was quite delicious. He looked up and saw the two of them eating happily. Although it was hot and spicy, they still enjoyed it. He felt that it was quite interesting. Soon, Gu Jingze finished eating. His eyes were red from the spiciness. Lin Che kept pouring water for him. "How is it? Is it still spicy?" "It's okay. The spicy hot pot I ate last time wasn't as spicy as today. It must be very spicy, right?" He remembered the spicy hot pot he ate last time. He still remembered that she had used a special method to help him get rid of the spiciness. The so-called special method was to use saliva. He looked at Lin Che with a burning gaze. That gaze was really, Shin Yuran, who was standing at the side, had goosebumps. The two of them were showing off in front of her. Although they were still quarreling and hadn't completely reconciled. Just then, there was another knock on the door. Lin Che wondered who would come at this time. Shin Yuran stood up and opened the door. She was surprised to see Yang Lingxin at the door. "Hey, why are you here?" Yang Lingxin hurriedly said, "Oh, I'm here to deliver something to Sister Che. I've already revised the script for tomorrow. Sister Min Min isn't here, right? I'm the one running around now. I know Sister Che is here, so I quickly." She looked up and saw Gu Jingze standing there. He sat at a simple dining table, but even the simplest room could not hide Gu Jing's breathtaking aura. Yang Lingxin was stunned. She didn't expect Gu Jingze to be here. Lin Che hurriedly stood up. "Oh, little Axean, it's been hard on you. Do you want to eat something? We were eating hot pot just now." Yang Lingxin noticed it as well. She immediately felt that it was a pity that she didn't come earlier. "I've already eaten, and you guys should have finished too, right?" Lin Che smiled embarrassedly. Gu Jingze had already stood up. "All right, I'll go back and rest first." Shen Yuran quickly ran over and pulled Lin Che up. "Hurry up and send President Gu off. It's so close. What's there to give?" Lin Che was pushed up. He frowned and blushed as he looked at Gu Jingze. So close. Yang Lingxin looked at the two of them strangely. However, Shen Yuran forcefully pushed Lin Che out. "You're a guest. Don't you have any manners? Moreover, President Gu is new here, and he might not be used to it. Hurry up and help President Gu introduce the situation here. If he doesn't know how to use the bathroom, wouldn't that be bad?" Gu Jingze looked at her and didn't say a word. He strode out. This Shen Yuran was obviously trying to matchmake the two of them. It was too embarrassing. But even so, Lin Che had no choice but to follow him out. When they were outside, Gu Jingze tilted his head and looked at Lin Che. Lin Che said shyly, "All right, you can go back." However, Gu Jingze grabbed her wrist and didn't let her go. Lin Che hurriedly said, "What are you doing? There are so many people living here." Gu Jingze smiled and pulled Lin Che in front of him. Then, he pushed him against the wall. "So what if there are so many people? I'm intimate with my own wife. Why would they care?" She was pushed against the wall and her head was lowered. He looked at her and rubbed his lips against her ear. "I'm very spicy. Aren't you going to help me?" Lin Che was stunned. Then, he suddenly thought of the last time he ate spicy hot pot. He also felt that it was spicy, and then, Lin Che's face turned red. He didn't want to do the same here. She hurriedly said, You came here for this. Why would I? I said I came here to experience the condominium. Then what are you doing now?" Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze speechlessly. Gu Jingze just felt that he missed her. They hadn't seen each other for a day and he already missed her. This kind of feeling was really not good. Moreover, it was after she had treated him like this. If it were any other woman who dared to treat him like this, he would have thrown her out of country sea and let her slowly live her life in the Sahara Desert. However, after she had disobeyed him time and time again, he actually still missed her and even came here to look for her. How could this kind of feeling be good, especially for someone like him who was used to being superior? However, even though she was so angry at him, he still missed her. He still wanted to come here and tease her. Experience the condominium, and also experience how it feels to do it in the condominium once. He smiled and pressed his lips against her ear. Lin Che's face turned even redder. She hit his shoulder. "You're so annoying. Get out of my way. Who wants to go to your condominium? You can go there yourself. I want to sleep in the same bed and chat with Yuran. Can't you chat with me?" Gu Jingze's face was tense. "No. You only know how to touch me. You don't know how to chat properly." "Nonsense. If you let me touch you, I can have a good chat with you. You're so annoying. Get out of my way. There are many women who want you. Go and chat with them. Get out of my way. Don't interfere with my relationship with Shen Yuran." Lin Che kicked his calf again. Although Gu Jingze didn't feel any pain, he still grunted. His gaze fell on the woman behind and he turned his head. Only then did Lin Che realize that there was someone watching them from behind. Yang Lingxin had walked out of Shen Yuren's room. She stood at the door and looked at the two of them. Her face was a little awkward and stiff. Lin Che's face turned even redder. Did Yang Lingxin see everything that happened just now? Chapter 406. She was really too shy. Why was Gu Jingze doing this to her here? Lin Che quickly pushed Gu Jingze away and said to Yang Lingxin, "Xiao Axan, what's wrong?" Yang Lingxin reacted and said to her, "Nothing. I just wanted to talk about the classification of the information," but, at this time, Shen Yuran discovered that Yang Lingxin was actually outside, and he hurriedly came out and pulled her in. She had only been clearing the dishes and didn't even know when Yang Lingxin had run out. This girl was too insensible. Anyone could tell that Shen Yuran was giving the two of them some alone time. She didn't expect Yang Lingxin to interfere. She pulled Yang Lingxin in and said, "You guys continue. We'll clear the dishes." Yang Lingxin pushed Shen Yuran's hand away and said, "What are you doing?" Shen Yuran looked at her with his hands on his hips and said, "They're making out outside." "What are you looking at?" Yang Lingxin thought of the intimate scene she had just seen and felt a little awkward. Her expression became even more awkward. This was the second time she had seen them being so intimate in front of her. Previously, Gu Jingze had kissed Lin Che without caring about the others around them. That scene was already very shocking. Now, the two of them were doing it in front of her again. The scene of Gu Jingze pushing Lin Che against the wall was also very cool. Yang Lingxin moved her lips and asked, "But why is Mr. Gu here?" Shen Yuran said, "He's here to look for Lin Che, of course. What else could he be here for?" Yang Lingxin said, "Is he here to coax Sister Che to go back?" "No. You don't know how romantic he is." He moved to the side and bought it. This is the first time I've seen him chasing after his wife like this. He's so cool." He actually bought the side. Why isn't Sister Che going back yet? Mr. Gu came all the way here. Is he going to stay here? Shen Yuran felt that Yang Lingxin was being too nosy. She looked at Yang Lingxin and said, "This is the romance between the two of them. They are husband and wife. There should be some ups and downs in their married life. If there are ups and downs, they should create some romance. Besides, there's nothing wrong with this place. It's just an apartment." Gu Jingze doesn't seem to dislike it. Yang Lingxin seemed to have realized that she was being too nosy. She hurriedly said, "I'm just worried that Sister Che is too immature and will make Mr. Gu unhappy." When Shen Yuran heard this, she placed her hands on her hips and looked at Yang Lingxin. She said bluntly, "No matter how immature Lin Che is, Gu Jingze won't be unhappy." "Do you know why?" What? Yang Lingxin really wanted to know. Shen Yuran said, "Because Lin Che is Gu Jingze's wife." "Wife, do you understand? Gu Jingze spoils Lin Che so much. Why would he be upset over this? Do you think it's someone else?" Shen Yuran's blunt words caused Yang Lingxin to tremble. Yes, Gu Jingze was really lenient towards Lin Che. Yang Lingxin pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Shen Yuran didn't like Yang Lingxin from the bottom of her heart. She narrowed her eyes and looked at her. After a while, she said, "If there's nothing else, you can leave first. Leave the documents here. I'll remind Lin Che later, although Lin Che might not be back soon." She deliberately said this in such an ambiguous manner. Yang Lingxin could only nod, pursed her lips, and walked out. Shen Yuran watched them leave before muttering to himself, "Dangerous, dangerous. This Yang Lingxin looks weird. Yang Lingxin cursed Shen Yuran in her heart. Who did Shen Yuran think she was? If it wasn't for Lin Che, she wouldn't have met Chen Yuqing, wouldn't have become Chen Yuqing's assistant, wouldn't have met Gu Jingze, and wouldn't have had such an arrogant opportunity. However, the image of Gu Jingze pushing Lin Che against the wall kept flashing in her mind. Gu Jingze's every move was so charming. He was indeed the person she idolized since she was young. Lin Che sent Gu Jingze in and turned to leave. Gu Jingze pulled Lin Che and said, "I don't know how to use the bathroom. Aren't you going to help me take a look?" I don't know how to use it either. Come on, help me take a look. Otherwise, how am I going to shower? Gu Jingze whispered into her ear. Lin Che really couldn't stand Gu Jingze's clingy side. Lin Che couldn't resist him at all. She could only nod and go in. Okay. Move aside. I'll take a look. Lin Che went in to find a place to do it. However, after a long while, she realized that it was a little complicated. The water heater wasn't the kind she had seen before. She was a little confused and couldn't get any water out. However, she felt that the person behind her was getting closer and closer, to the point where she had nowhere to run. Lin Che turned around. His hand was already on her. This place wasn't as big as the bathroom at the Gu mansion. It was small enough to fit him, and it was already crowded. What are you doing, Lin Che? I know you're still angry and bothered. But I can tell you that I'm solving Lu Chuxiu's problem. Lin Che was stunned. Was he trying to explain to her again? Gu Jingze said, "She has something that can threaten me. That's why I went to see her. But I won't do it again. I'll solve this problem as soon as possible." Lin Che was even more surprised. She looked at him and said, "Something that can threaten you. Is it serious?" "It's not serious. Don't worry," Gu Jingze said. Lin Che thought that no matter what it was, Lin Che probably wouldn't be able to help him. She was a useless wife. Lin Che said, "Then don't lie to me next time." "Yes, I won't lie to you again." Gu Jingze had already picked her up and pressed against her body. He missed her. He wanted her. But Lin Che continued to push him. "You. Say, did you come here just to do this?" "No, I just wanted to explain to you." "Of course, if I can." No. "I don't want to." Lin Che pushed him away, blushing. If she didn't go back soon, Shen Yuran would know what happened here. She would laugh at her. "Let go of me. I still have to go back. If you can't use this bathroom, you can go back." "Really, Lin Che? Are you really so heartless that you won't let me touch you? You. If you're really here to apologize sincerely, don't touch me today. I'll believe that you're here to apologize." Lin Che had no choice but to find such an excuse to cover his chest. Gu Jingze looked at her speechlessly. "You really don't want me to touch you?" "No. This is your chance to prove your sincerity." Chapter 407. Gu Jingze looked at her deeply. This woman was really going to torture him to death before she stopped. But Gu Jingze still slowly let go of Lin Che, and only kissed her on the cheek. Lin Che was put down. She glared at him and said, "But the water heater can't be used here. You should go back." Gu Jingze reached out and connected the water heater to the water heater. Then he pressed a few buttons. The water heater started immediately. Lin Che's eyes widened. "Ah, you know how to do it." Gu Jingze said, "Yeah. There's an instruction manual here. Didn't you read it?" "I read it, but I don't understand the symbols." "Have you installed it before?" Lin Che was curious. How could a CEO like him know how to install this? Gu Jingzi said, do you think everyone is as stupid as you? This should be a physical symbol. I learned it in school. Just follow it. Lin Che glared at him. She snorted in her heart. He obviously knew how to install it, but he still asked her to do it. Gu Jingzi let Lin Che go. Although he was reluctant, he still watched her go through Shen Yuren's door. Seriously, she was the only person in the world who could reject him like this. She was the only person who could test him like this. This girl was getting bolder and bolder. But thinking about it, wasn't it because he spoiled her too much that she was getting bolder and bolder now? She even dared to ask for something from him. Unfortunately, he just couldn't bring himself to be tough with her. Just then, Lu Chuxia called Gu Jingzi again. Gu Jingzi picked up the phone and said, "What's the matter?" Lu Chuxia said, "Jingzi, you left in a hurry the last time you came. This time, there's an opening party at my house. Do you want to come? We can continue the topic that we didn't finish last time." "Chuxia, your doctor can't solve my problem. I have my own doctor." "I've already said that." "Really? Then let's talk face to face, okay?" "Jingzi, I really want to talk to you in detail. These things are secrets, and I can't mention them to others, so I can only ask you these questions. Otherwise, if I ask randomly and others find out, it will be terrible." Gu Jingzi held the phone in his hand and looked ahead calmly. There was no warmth on his face, but he didn't seem anxious either. However, his dark eyes became more and more unfathomable. Lu Chuxia held the phone in her hand and thought that Gu Jingzi was getting colder and colder. Could it be that he had already thought of a way to deal with her? However, it would probably be difficult to find a good way to deal with this weakness. Moreover, the Lu family was currently engaged to the Gu family. For the sake of his sister, he would not easily go against the Gu family. However, she thought for a while. If Gu Jingzi couldn't do it, she still needed to find a way out. Otherwise, it would be a waste to keep this secret in her hand. She rolled her eyes and came up with a plan. The next day, she sat with Gu Jingyu on the set. This time, the filming location was a huge film city. Apart from them, there were many other people filming here. There were still quite a number of tourists wandering around the tourist area outside. Gu Jingyu and Lin Che waited for the scene together. Not long after, someone called Gu Jingyu out. After Gu Jingyu left, Lin Che was left alone. Without Yu Minmin to accompany her, she could only chat casually with Yang Lingxin. Just then, a voice came from not far away. "Get out of the way. Don't you know who I am? I'm Lin Li." Lin Che turned around and saw that it was indeed Lin Li. The security guards did not allow her in, saying that she was not part of the crew. Because of Gu Jingyu, this crew was stricter than other crews. Ordinary people, even actors, might not be allowed in. Lin Li said, "Can't I come to visit you? I'm Lin Che's sister. You guys should know that." Lin Che frowned. Yang Lingxin said, "Why is she here again?" Lin Che wanted to know too. But he still stood up and looked at Lin Li. "What are you doing here?" Seeing Lin Che's response, Lin Li pushed the staff aside and swaggered into the room. The staff was very displeased and looked at Lin Li with disdain. Lin Li came over and said, "My new show is starting filming here. Today is the opening ceremony. I saw on the list that you guys are also filming here today. What's wrong? Are you too ashamed to see me?" "Lin Che, tell me, how did you hook up with Qin Qing? She actually said those words for you. I'm really impressed." Hearing that, Yang Lingxin shouted, "Hey, what are you talking about?" Lin Li said to Yang Lingxin directly, "Who do you think you are?" "I'm talking to Lin Che." What does it have to do with you, a lackey? Yang Lingxin blushed and pursed her lips, feeling a little wronged. Lin Che stopped Yang Lingxin, looked at Lin Li, and said, "If you have any problems, come at me. Why do you want to find trouble with the people around me?" "That's right, Qin Qing is helping me, but that's because she doesn't want to be as bad as you." Lin Li said angrily, "You hooked up with Qin Qing first. Don't think that I don't know that you've been interested in him since you were in school. Now that you're a little famous, you're seducing him. How did you get him to help you this time? Did you sleep with him?" Hearing her shameless words, Lin Che couldn't help but raise his hand and slap her face. The slap stunned Lin Li for a second. You hit me." Lin Li looked at Lin Che in disbelief. Since when did this bitch dare to hit her? She was just an illegitimate daughter of the Lin family, a woman who had been bullied by her since she was young. Lin Che's face was flushed with anger. "You humiliated me like this. You deserve it." Lin Li was so angry that she rushed forward. "You made me break up with Qin Qing, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. How dare you hit me? Watch how I hit you, you little bitch. You want the Lin family to be reduced to nothing by your revenge. That's impossible. I'm a good man, so don't even think about beating me." Lin Li and Lin Che got into a fight. The staff was shocked. They didn't expect these two sisters to be so violent. Outside, there were still many reporters and fans walking around. They didn't know what to do. A few people rushed up to pull Lin Li away. Lin Li was pulled away. Actually, nothing happened to them. Lin Che was only slapped a few times and his hair was a little messy. Lin Li was the same. Except for the slap mark on her face, there was nothing wrong with her. However, they were still panting from the fight. Yang Lingxin said angrily, "Hurry up and get this kind of person out. If our sister Che's face gets hurt, can you afford it?" Lin Che quickly went to pull Yang Lingxin. This girl didn't know how to talk. Yang Lingxin was always worried that she would talk nonsense. However, the security guards of the production team quickly went to pull Lin Li away. After all, even if Lin Li had someone to support her now, her status in the industry was still not as high as Lin Che's. She was also not as famous as Lin Che. The current Lin Li was not the Lin Li of the past. However, at this moment, "What's going on here?" a woman's voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked and turned around. Lu Chuxia was here. Looking at Lin Li, she sneered again and raised her hand. Her hand was about to come down. Lin Che pursed his lips and looked at the person in front of him. Since Gu Jingze was under her control, Lin Che had nothing to say. It was just a slap. However, just as Lin Li's hand was about to come down, Gu Jingyu grabbed Lin Li's wrist. Lin Li was stunned. Seeing Gu Jingyu's gloomy face, he grabbed her wrist and pushed her to the side. Lin Li staggered and almost fell. Lu Chuxia's eyes widened. "Gu Jingyu, what are you doing?" Gu Jingyu said forcefully, "I don't care what happened between you and Lin Che. Here, Lin Che is my actor, my friend. You can't hit her in front of me. You." "Gu Jingyu, are you crazy? Who does she think she is? How dare you go against me because of her?" Lu Chuxia said angrily. Gu Jingyu said, "I didn't allow it, but you came to my place and hit my people. Tell me, who's going against who?" Lu Chuxia pursed her lips and looked at Lin Che. "Can I talk to you in private?" Lin Che said, "Why can't you just say it?" "Of course, you don't want everyone to know about Gu Jingze, do you?" Lin Che paused. Of course she didn't want to. Gu Jingyu didn't agree. Looking at Lu Chuxia, he felt that something was wrong. I want to hear what you have to say. Lu Chusha said, you want to hear about a woman's private secrets. I don't want to talk to you, I only want to talk to Lin Che. Lin Che stopped Gu Jingyu. Alright, I'll go and take a look. It's okay. Gu Jingyu looked at Lin Che and nodded. Alright, I'll watch from the side. Lu Chusha, you better not play any tricks. Lin Che walked to the side. Lu Chusha sneered and looked at Lin Che. I know Gu Jing's secret. Lin Che was stunned. What are you talking about? Lu Chusha said, don't play dumb with me. I know that Gu Jingze is sick. He has problems with some women. Although I'm not sure what's going on, he can't touch me, but he can touch you. He probably has problems with some women, right? Lin Che didn't say anything. He pursed his lips and looked at her. She said, this secret can't be known by others. Otherwise, those people who want to deal with him won't need to use guns and bombs. They can just send women over, right? Lin Che looked at her. What do you want? If you really want Gu Jing's good, then take this hit. Otherwise, if I tell others about this secret, Gu Jingze will be in danger. Won't you be heartbroken? Lu Chusha said, I just want Lin Li to hit me back so that I can take back my face. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied if I don't return the favor today. Lin Che looked at Lu Chusha. Actually, it was really just a hit. Chapter 409. She had been slapped many times in the past, so this was nothing to her. She moved her mouth and looked at Lu Chusha. She didn't know how Lu Chusha knew Gu Jing's secret. However, Gu Jingyu saw Lu Chusha's expression from behind and felt that something was wrong. He gritted his teeth and looked sideways. After a while, he suddenly walked over. He pulled Lin Che over. Before Lin Che could respond, Gu Jingyu came again. Lu Chusha hated this person who didn't play by the rules. What? What are you doing here, Gu Jingyu? Lu Chusha cried. Gu Jingyu snorted. Do whatever you want. I won't let anyone touch Lin Che today. You. Gu Jingyu, don't regret it. I have something on Gu Jingze. Okay, let's see if you dare to do it. Regret it? If you really dare to expose my so-called weakness, don't regret it. With that, Gu Jingyu didn't care what others thought of him and walked out with Lin Che. Sigh. Lin Che felt like he was going to go crazy. This Gu Jingyu really did things his own way. However, Lu Chusha just stomped her feet and watched Gu Jingyu leave with Lin Che. Lin Li didn't expect that even with Lu Chusha's support, Gu Jingyu would still steal the limelight. He just took Lin Che away. Lu Chusha couldn't do anything about it. Why did Lin Che only have so many people who helped him? Lu Chusha couldn't get her way this time. She looked at them and said to Lin Li, let's go. This bitch, just you wait. Seeing this scene, everyone thought that although Lu Chusha was powerful, the Gu family was not afraid of the Lu family at all. After all, Gu Jingyu was the third young master of the Gu family. He was not afraid of anything. With his protection, it seemed that Lin Che might not be weaker than Lin Li. Lin Che was pulled away. He looked at Gu Jingyu and said, okay, it's just a hit. It's nothing. It might not be as simple as a hit. I know Lu Chusha. She has a lot of tricks up her sleeve. You should stay away from her. Gu Jingyu said, but it'll be hard for you to get rid of her. Who told you to be with my second brother? Sigh, you'll suffer in the future. Lin Che had no choice but to glare at him while thinking about Lu Chusha's words. Gu Jing's secret was discovered by Lu Chusha. Would there really be no problem? Outside, a group of fans also knew that there was a quarrel here. They gathered outside, wondering if there was a conflict between Lin Che and Lin Li inside. When the security guards finally got rid of them, someone leaked the news that Lin Li wanted to hit Lin Che and was saved by Gu Jingyu. At that moment, everyone was filled with fantasies about Gu Jingyu, thinking that Lin Che was really lucky. The scene of the hero saving the damsel in distress must be beautiful. That Lin Li was indeed a vicious supporting actress. She came to Lin Che for no reason. She was not as charming as Lin Che, and she always came to look for trouble. When Lin Che was about to leave, Gu Jingze called her. "Let's go somewhere tomorrow. I'll send someone to pick you up." "Oh, okay." Hearing that Gu Jingze seemed to be talking about serious business, Lin Che answered him directly. Gu Jingze put down the phone and replied to Lu Chuxia, saying that he would be going to the Lu family soon. Lu Chuxia was not very happy the whole day, but she was much happier because of Gu Jingze's call. She thought that she would decorate the house tomorrow, and it would be best if she could bring him into her room. She also wanted to see if anything would happen to him this time. She thought that since Lin Che was fine, he might just have some problems sometimes. Otherwise, how could Mo Huiling have gotten herself into trouble? The next day, Lin Che changed and got into the car with Gu Jingze. She looked up and said, "Is there a business meeting?" Gu Jingze said, "Sort of." "Is it a high-end place?" "Yeah. You'll know when you get there. Don't be nervous. Anyway, it's just a visit." "Oh, okay. I'm not nervous." Lin Che cheered herself up. However, when they arrived, he realized that the place they were going to was a little different. It was the Lu family. Lin Che got out of the car and looked at the Lu family's house. It seemed a little similar to the Gu family's house, but also different. "Oh my God, why did you bring me here? Are you crazy?" I. Coming to Lu Chuxia's territory at this time, was she looking for death? Gu Jingze looked at her. "Don't worry about anything. It's time to lay my cards on the table." "What?" Lin Che saw Gu Jingze stride in and quickly followed him. "Lay my cards on the table. Let's go. Leave everything to me." Gu Jingze grabbed Lin Che's hand and held it as they walked in. Lu Chuxia was inside. When she heard that Gu Jingze was coming, she was very happy. Many people were invited to the family banquet this time. Lu Chuxia spread the word that she had invited Gu Jingze. No one believed her and asked how Gu Jingze was so close to her that he would actually come to the house. Lu Chuxia said proudly, "So what if Gu Jingze is here? He and I have always been close. We grew up together when we were young. It's just that he's very low-key." Everyone thought about it and agreed. They enviously said to Lu Chuxia, "That's great. You can grow up with Gu Jingze. We don't have this chance. We can only bask in your glory and meet Gu Jingze." Lu Chuxia said proudly, "Yeah, Gu Jingze is a little cold to outsiders and doesn't like to participate in group activities. But you guys are lucky to be able to see him at my house today. But don't get too close later and don't get too excited. Jingze doesn't like to be noisy." Although everyone felt that Lu Chuxia was a little too arrogant and unreserved, they were still envious of her. They also thought that there was something fishy going on between Gu Jingze and Lu Chuxia. Although these rich people often had messy relationships, Gu Jingze had always had a good reputation. But Lu Chuxia was still the #1 socialite in Country C. Thinking about it, with this title, there would be many men who wanted to do things with her. Gu Jingze had the right to do things with Lu Chuxia. So, it was understandable that they were messy. Then, she heard someone outside saying that Gu Jingze was here. Lu Chuxia quickly went out. When she went out, she saw that Gu Jingze had brought Lin Che with him. Lu Chuxia's smiling face froze. She looked at them and felt indescribably depressed. Then, she became extremely angry. What did Gu Jingze mean? Was he really not afraid that she would expose everything? Lu Chuxia walked over angrily. When she saw Gu Jingze and Lin Che, she glared at Lin Che, who was always in the way, and said to Gu Jingze, "I told you to come alone. Why did you bring someone else?" Gu Jingze looked at Lu Chuxia and said, "When did you say that I would come alone? Also, when did I, Gu Jingze, have to ask for someone else's opinion when I want to bring someone here?" Chapter 410. You. Lu Chuxia looked at him with a gloomy face. She was still thinking about how to threaten him. "Gu Jingze, I won't allow her to enter my house right now. Otherwise, who knows what I'll do." Lu Chuxia had just told everyone that Gu Jingze was here. Seeing everyone's envious eyes, she felt very satisfied. She didn't expect that he had brought another woman with him. If others saw this, they would definitely criticize her in their hearts, thinking that she was just boasting. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze worriedly. Gu Jingze calmly looked forward. His pair of eyes seemed to be floating in the fog, and his emotions could not be seen clearly. He looked at Lu Chuxia, and there was a moment of suppressed silence. Then, he lightly said, "Do whatever you want." Gu Jingze brought Lin Che along and walked forward again. Lu Chuxia was infuriated by his nonchalant expression. She pulled Lin Che back. "This is my house. I said that she's not allowed to enter, so she's not allowed to enter," Lu Chuxia said agitatedly. Behind them, someone had already noticed that something was amiss. However, seeing the three of them standing there in a stalemate, no one dared to step forward. They didn't want to be dragged into the battle. They couldn't afford to offend either side. It would be fatal. When Gu Jingze saw Lu Chuxia pulling Lin Che, he pushed Lu Chuxia's arm away. Lu Chuxia had never been treated like this by a man, especially a man she liked. She suddenly lost her balance and shouted angrily, "Gu Jingze, how dare you push me? Aren't you afraid that I'll spill the beans?" Lin Che looked at Lu Chuxia. "Lu Chuxia, I know you like Gu Jingze. But what good will it do for you to harm others without benefiting yourself? Moreover, you like him. You don't want anything to happen to him." Lu Chuxia snorted. "Don't be so full of yourself. Lin Che, who do you think you are to lecture me?" When the people inside heard that, they looked at Lin Che, who was standing next to Gu Jingze. They also felt that Lin Che was overestimating himself. Even with Gu Jingze by his side, this was the Lu family after all. Moreover, Lu Chuxia was the eldest daughter of the Lu family. She wasn't afraid that Lu Chuxia would really do something to her in their territory. However, at this moment, "Chuxia, what are you doing?" Lu Qinyu's voice came from behind. Lin Che turned his head to look. The old man of the Lu family had already walked over quickly. When he saw Lin Che, he was stunned for a moment before he seemed to have thought of something again. He paused for a moment before he angrily said to Lu Chuxia, "You're making a scene again. Chuxia, you're a guest and there are so many people watching. What are you doing standing here?" Lu Chuxia said angrily, "Father, are you going to stand in front of outsiders at home and ignore me?" Lu Qinyu snorted, and directly said to Lin Che, "Come in, Miss Lin. Don't bother with this insensible girl." He pulled Lu Chuxia aside and said to Gu Jingze, "I didn't know this girl called you here. Don't mind her. Let's talk inside." Gu Jingze didn't even look at Lu Chuxia and brought Lin Che inside. Lu Qinyu looked at Lin Che and felt a sense of familiarity. He asked about her well-being and said, "The weather is hot now. You must be out in the sun. Come in and see what you want to drink and eat. I'll get someone to make it for you." Lin Che smiled and said, "Thank you, old mister. I'm fine with anything. It's okay." Just treat it as your own home. Don't be afraid of troubling me. It's rare for you to be here and you let this girl treat you like this. Seriously, I'll definitely punish her later. Lin Che thought that if he punished her like this, Lu Chuxia would definitely blame it on him. He should just forget about it. It's okay, it's okay. I came uninvited anyway. Lin Che looked around. The Lu family was elegant and magnificent. After all, the Lu family wasn't an ordinary family. However, Gu Jingyan and Lu Beichen weren't here. They had their own residences outside. Just like Gu Jingze, they would only return to the family mansion if they had something to do. When Lu Qinyu heard this, he immediately said, "Why would I? There's no such thing as uninvited when you come to my house. You don't need Jingze to bring you here. Even if you come by yourself, you can come whenever you want. I welcome you." Lin Che's heart warmed when he heard this. Although they met by chance, the old man really doted on her. It made people feel that he was really a warm person. Lin Che smiled warmly and said, "Thank you, old sir. Be good. Come, sit down and eat. I'll ask someone to make you whatever you want to eat." Lin Che saw that the decorations here were very comfortable. It was just that the style of decoration was also the style that the old man liked. On the outside, there was a large fish pond with beautiful water lotuses lying on it. It was very pleasing. "Wow, the pond over there is so beautiful," Lin Che exclaimed. Lu Qinyu smiled and said, "Yeah. Why, do you like ponds?" "Yeah, I like to look at fish and I like lotus flowers," Lin Che said. When Lu Qinyu heard this, his gaze became even more profound. He looked to the side and seemed to be deep in thought. After a while, he smiled and said, "Really? You like lotus flowers? It's a pity that it's not the season now. The lotus flowers will only bloom in 2 months. "Yeah, but the leaves of these lotus flowers are also very beautiful," Lin Che said. "Can I go over and take a look?" "Of course. Go and take a look." Lu Qinyu pointed outside. Lin Che smiled happily, opened the door and walked out. Through the window, he saw Lin Che looking inside from the side of the water. The servants brought in fish food, and Lin Che was there, happily throwing food into the water. Gu Jingze also watched quietly. He, who had not spoken much, suddenly said, "Elder Lu seems to like Lin Che a lot." Lu Qinyu smiled and turned his head. "Yeah, this girl is really not bad. She's kind, honest, and especially sensible. Yeah, she's been simple until now. Also, she's more familiar with people. I like this kind of girl," Lu Qinyu said. Gu Jingze said, "I just think that it's impossible for Elder Lu to love her so much just because she's simple." Lu Qinyu sighed and looked at Gu Jingze. In the end, Gu Jingze was still Gu Jingze. He was the sensitive Gu Jingze, and the Gu Jingze that was hard to deceive. He said, "Actually, yes. I liked her the moment I saw her. I want to love her because I think she looks like an old friend of mine." "An old friend?" Gu Jingze frowned. Lu Qinyu said, "Come to think of it, it was many years ago. Back then, I was quite popular in the business world, so I was dragged by a friend to be a university professor for a few years." "Oh, I've heard of it. At that time, I went to the countryside for a while and taught in other places." "Yeah. At that time, there was a student of mine in the small place I was sent to. She was very good, very obedient, and very studious. I could see that she had potential, but she was limited by the small place, so I put in a lot of effort to nurture her. I hoped that she would study hard, change herself, and get into a good university. Later on, she really worked hard and was very diligent. She was indeed very talented, so she got into the university I was teaching at. Chapter 411. Lu Qinyu looked at Gu Jingze with a smile. She was my student and one of my favorite students. I felt that I was the one who made her who she was. I turned her from a little girl into an independent woman with thoughts, ideals, and ideas. However, we lost contact later on. Until now, I don't know where she went or what happened to her. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Qinyu. Do you know her name? Her name is Su Xian. Gu Jingze was deep in thought. Looking ahead, he remained silent. Su Xian, that was, at this moment, Lin Che came back from outside. Seeing that the two of them seemed to be discussing business, he couldn't help but say, "Are you guys talking about work? I'll go out and have a look." No, we're not talking about anything. Come and sit down. Dinner is ready. Sit down for a while and we can go eat. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and didn't move for a long time. It made Lin Che feel a little strange. She ate a grape and looked at Gu Jingze. Why are you staring at me? Gu Jingze smiled. I think you're pretty. Can't I? Lin Che blushed. The feeling of being praised by Gu Jingze was really strange. Gu Jingze stuffed the grape into her mouth. Eat your grape. Lu Qinyu looked at the interaction between the two of them and thought to himself that this girl was quite lucky. If Su Xian could be so lucky, perhaps she would. Su Xian was so good and beautiful. She might be living a normal, happy life in the arms of a man who loved her. Outside, Lu Chuxia was being watched and not allowed to go in. Lu Chuxia was about to go crazy. She was not allowed to enter her father's living room in her own house. She could only watch Gu Jingze and Lin Che being lovey-dovey inside. She would rather kill her. Fortunately, Gu Jingze came out after a while. Lu Chuxia looked at Gu Jingze and pursed her lips. She walked over and said, Gu Jingze, do you really want to fight to the death with me? Gu Jingze looked at Lu Chuxia. I've tolerated you for a few days, but you're getting more and more out of hand. If you think that you can threaten me with your weakness, then you've underestimated me. You. Lu Chuxia said, underestimated you. Jingze, I just want to be with you. Isn't it good for you to be with me? As long as we're together, this secret will always be a secret. Otherwise, I'm the eldest daughter of the Lu family. You can't touch me or do anything to me. But what about Lin Che? She knows your secret. You just have to make her disappear from this world. Shut up. Gu Jingze stared at Lu Chuxia. He didn't want to hear anyone belittle Lin Che again. Gu Jingze looked at Lu Chuxia. As you can see, your father likes Lin Che very much. Lu Chuxia saw it and was very angry. She said fiercely, so what? I'm his biological daughter after all. Gu Jingze looked ahead indifferently. Fine. I wonder how your father will feel if I tell him that his biological daughter is scheming against his assets and transferring his assets to a foreign bank account through a man she befriended. Lu Chuxia was stunned. How could he? Did he investigate her? You. Gu Jingze, what are you talking about? Gu Jingze said, because we're relatives, I found out about the Lu family's strange movements a long time ago, but I didn't say anything. Anyway, you're also a descendant of the Lu family. It's not a big deal for you to use some of the Lu family's money. But you've been so aggressive lately. I don't know if we can still be relatives. Lu Chuxia's heart skipped a beat. She was doing this because her family was too lenient with her money. The Lu family was too strict with their children, so they couldn't spend too much money. In order to maintain her status as the top socialite, she always spent a lot of money. So, she had to think of this method. She found many men who could help her transfer some of her assets. She didn't expect Gu Jingze to find out about this. Lu Chuxia's eyes moved as she looked at Gu Jingze. You think I'm afraid of you telling others? Compared to your secret, this is nothing. Gu Jingze said, it's not a big deal. It's just that if people know that the top socialite seduces men with her beauty and gets their help by sleeping with them, your reputation as the top socialite will be damaged. Lu Chuxia was even more shocked. Gu Jingze even knew about this. Lu Chuxia kept biting her lip. Her mind was blank. Gu Jingze had been quiet for the past few days, making her think that he was already under her control. In fact, he was secretly investigating these things. Gu Jingze was indeed terrifying. He had done it so secretly. Moreover, from his performance all this while, no one could tell that he had been doing these things in secret. Lu Chuxia's face was pale. She could only lean against the wall to support her body. She thought to herself, how could he know all these shameful things? But it didn't matter. She was still the top socialite. She held her hand, raised her head, and said to Gu Jingze, but you can't tell anyone. We both have secrets. You can't tell anyone. Also, if you make me unhappy, I can choose to fight to the death. You can't make me unhappy. Otherwise, we'll all die together. Gu Jingze laughed. Why would I make you unhappy? After all, you and I are relatives. I won't make you unhappy. You can rest assured. How could she rest assured? She looked at Gu Jingze. She was angry and depressed, but she could only look at him. Gu Jingze quickly entered the room. Lu Chuxia stood there, her heart filled with grief. Everyone knew how much effort she had put in to maintain her position as the top socialite. Now, she was defeated by Lin Che. What right did Lin Che have? Lu Chuxia saw Lin Che and Gu Jingze coming out together. Lu Qinyu looked very happy. The way he talked to Lin Che made people feel that he wasn't Lu Qinyu at all. When had her father ever been so kind to anyone? Lu Chuxia had painstakingly planned to use this method to trap Gu Jingze. In the end, she got nothing. She really didn't know how to describe her heart at this moment. There were all kinds of feelings in his heart. Lu Chuxia walked over in a rage. Seeing that Lin Che was about to leave, she pushed him away without saying a word. She bumped into Lin Che, snorted angrily, and walked inside. Chapter 4:12. Lu Qinyu called her back angrily. Chuxia, come back here. Lu Chuxia stood still. Why would I come back? Lu Qinyu said, to come back and apologize to Lin Che. Lu Chuxia turned around and gritted her teeth at Lin Che. She then noticed that Gu Jingze was looking at her silently from behind. That pair of cold eyes seemed to be repeating the conversation between the two of them. Lu Chuxia sneered. Father, you like Lin Che so much, as if she's your daughter. Why don't you let her be your daughter? Lu Qinyu's expression froze. He slammed the table angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Chuxia raised her head. Am I right? Lu Qinyu looked at Gu Jingze and Lin Che. He pointed at Lu Chuxia and said, go in and reflect on your mistakes. All your pocket money will be confiscated. Stay at home and don't go anywhere. Lu Chuxia stomped her feet. She knew that she wouldn't have a good ending if she made a scene like this. She glared at Lin Che and quickly walked in, pushing the servants who were walking toward her to the side. Lu Qinyu shook his head and turned to the two of them. This girl has been spoiled by us. Don't mind her. Gu Jingze smiled. How could that be? It's because Elder Lu treats us too well that she's jealous. Lu Qinyu really wished that he had a daughter like Lin Che. That would be great. She was obedient, sensible, and likable. In the car, Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and asked, "Is everything alright today?" "Everything's fine now," Gu Jingze said. Lin Che looked at him strangely. "Everything's fine now. Then, that matter. It's settled. Alright, you don't have to worry about this being a threat to me anymore. It's settled just like that." Lin Che thought. Gu Jingze was a little too amazing. He actually settled it just like that. It seemed that she had worried for nothing. Gu Jingze was such a powerful and domineering person. How could he allow such a threat to stay by his side? For so many years, he must have faced many threats alone. He had solved all of them by himself. She was worrying too much. Gu Jingze seemed to be omnipotent. This made Lin Che feel that he was really amazing. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. "Oh yeah, I haven't asked. What's your biological mother's name?" "Suitsun," Lin Che said. Gu Jingze was stunned. So Lu Qinyu really had a relationship with Lin Che's mother. No wonder he liked Lin Che so much. Lin Che raised his head. "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" "Nothing, I'm just asking," Gu Jingze said. Lin Che's filming schedule was getting tighter and tighter. In the next few days, he didn't have time to think about anything else. He was busy filming every day. On this day, the president's wedding press conference finally began under everyone's expectations. The press conference was split into two parts, one for the public and the other for Glass Palace. Li, the palace. Glass Palace's spokesperson announced the official wedding date at the press conference, which would be on the 16th of next month. The future wife of Gu Jingming, the wife of the president of Country C, was Yu Minmin. She was 26 years old. Yu Minmin, the future wife of Gu Jingming, was 26 years old. Yu Minmin didn't have any special background and was just an ordinary citizen. The two of them met in a hotel corridor and fell in love at first sight. Then, they started dating secretly. Because the woman liked to keep a low profile, they didn't announce it. Now, for the sake of their love, Miss Yu has chosen to announce her identity and become Gu Jingming's wife. Their wedding will be held in Li Palace. The world was shocked when the news got out. The wedding of the president of Country C was a very interesting piece of news. The fact that he married a commoner was even more shocking. Even if Gu Jingming wasn't the president, his surname was Gu. He could marry any woman he wanted, but he didn't do it. Cinderella, Yu Minmin, was dug out immediately. Her looks, old photos, past, everything was revealed. Of course, these reports had been filtered by Li Palace. The media didn't dare to expose things that weren't allowed. The only things that could be exposed were the news that had been picked out. With that, Yu Minmin's name became a hot topic. Not only the other circles, but the entertainment circle was also shocked. After all, Yu Minmin was still a manager in the industry. Even though she wasn't a very outstanding manager and only had one famous celebrity under her management, Lin Che, she still had a bit of a reputation over the years. Even Lin Che, who was on the set, was asked several times whether it was true that Yu Minmin was going to be the president's wife. Lin Che could only smile and say that it was definitely true. Everyone was extremely jealous. They were discussing how Yu Minmin could be together with the president. They didn't know what Yu Minmin meant by meeting the president. Yu Minmin was usually very poor. It was said that her family was very poor, but now she suddenly became the president's wife. She was so lucky. Yu Minmin knew that after the news was announced, his life would definitely change drastically. Actually, she couldn't escape this change from the moment she got involved with Gu Jingming. The news had already been filtered, so the words that came out were all good things about Yu Minmin. They tried their best to exaggerate Yu Minmin's image as a good citizen. However, there were many voices on the internet that couldn't be blocked. Soon, Yu Minmin saw that some fans of the president had already organized themselves and started to say that they were not satisfied with the president marrying such a president's wife. They directly scolded Yu Minmin, saying that she was ugly, ordinary, and poor. They said that she didn't deserve their Mr. President at all. However, some people thought that it was good. Gu Jingming liked an ordinary girl like Yu Minmin, which was in line with the image of a president. He didn't care about her background or appearance. He only cared about the feeling of love. Although they were very surprised and envious, they felt that it was really enviable for an ordinary girl like Yu Minmin to have a relationship with the president. However, when they saw Yu Minmin, they felt that it was simply too inspiring. She must have saved the galaxy in her previous life to have the chance to marry a man like Gu Jingming. It was really a great feeling to jump from a commoner to the president's wife. Yu Minmin looked at the scolding. Look at her thick legs. How can they be so ugly? And they are even bowed legs. This must be a conspiracy. It must be a political conspiracy. Mr. President must have married her for other reasons. Otherwise, how could he fall for a woman like her? Yu Minmin shook her head speechlessly. She wanted to say that this person's thoughts were reasonable. Wow, sis, that's so cool. Aren't the bodyguards outside super powerful? Yu Minmin said, alright, don't go out and mess around. I'm here to pack my things today. By the way, let me tell you that there will be a lot of reporters. Just ignore them. The guards outside will be here for a while. You'll be fine once you get used to it. Her mother said, if your father finds out about this, he will be very happy. Why don't you? Alright, Mom, don't tell Dad about this. Her mother looked at her in surprise. Why? You're getting married. Can't you? So what if I tell Dad? It's better for him to stay inside. Hey, you child, you're going to marry Mr. President soon. Can't you get someone to bring your father out first? No, it's safer for him inside, Yu Minmin said as she opened the door and went in. Minmin, Yu Minmin thought that it was a mess now. If she let her gambler father out, he would still die. Lin Che's scenes were done. Outside, many reporters were waiting outside, wanting to take pictures of her. The director also allowed a few people to come in to film, so that they could make some news and promote the movie. There were still many fans waiting outside. Seeing that Lin Che's final scenes were done, everyone congratulated Lin Che. Lin Che was still in her costume, looking flirtatious and elegant, making people feel that she was very beautiful. Lin Che, you're amazing. You did a great job. Lin Che, you're amazing. Congratulations on finishing your scenes. Lin Che stood up and thanked everyone one by one. Seeing the reporters and fans rush up to her, she quickly thanked everyone too. This time, the movie was successfully finished. Next, it would be the promotional period. Lin Che knew that she would be busy for a long time. A reporter asked Lin Che, how do you feel about filming with Gu Jingyu again? I feel very grateful to Gu Jingyu for guiding me during filming. It's my first time filming such an important movie, so I feel a lot of pressure. I'm very happy to be able to learn from so many seniors. The director also praised Lin Che. He said that when she first started filming, there were some areas where she was lacking, but after a period of practice, her acting skills had improved by leaps and bounds. The reporters couldn't help but compare her with Qin Wanwan again. Recently, Lin Che had been concentrating on filming, so she didn't have much exposure. At this time, Qin Wanwan appeared in the headlines again and again. First, her relationship with the rich second generation was complicated, and in the end, they broke up. Everyone stuck to their own story, and in the end, she showed evidence of the rich second generation cheating on her. She won sympathy and gained a lot of fans in an instant. Then, she was rumored to be with a famous director, and after the scandal was resolved, she accepted an expensive endorsement deal. Now, she signed up to study at a drama academy, which suddenly attracted a lot of attention. In comparison, Lin Che didn't have much news. After the rumors of her falling out with Axean Xiaoyuan, she didn't appear much. At this time, the reporter hurriedly asked, "I heard that your manager, Miss Yu Minmin, is about to become the president's wife. Do you know about this?" Chapter 414. Lin Che could only say, "I congratulate her." Did she hide the fact that she was dating Mr. President from you? I knew about it earlier than you guys, but I did know about it when they met, but I never thought that they would fall in love at first sight. The reporters wanted to ask more questions, but they were stopped by the security guards. The director also said, "Forget it, don't ask about my private life. Today, I'm here to talk about the movie." It wasn't easy for Lin Che to escape from the reporters' congestion. Outside, a group of fans had already rushed over crazily. However, what he didn't expect was that there were also some presidential fans among them. After hearing that Yu Minmin was once Lin Che's manager, they found an opportunity to look for Lin Che and shouted outside, "Lin Che, tell Yu Minmin that she isn't worthy of our Mr. President. Seriously, if she's an actress, then go be an actress." So shameless. When Lin Che's fans heard this, they immediately became angry and started scolding these people. "Who are you calling an actress? Who are you calling shameless? Our Lin Che provoked you, and you guys came to surround us. You're the shameless ones. So what if I'm an agent? Isn't being an agent a proper profession? So what if I'm an actor? Actors enrich our spare time and make our lives more exciting. Furthermore, it's art. You can't do anything about it. That's right. Look at your face, and you're still talking about others. Mr. President won't like you in this lifetime. What's wrong with you? You're not worthy of Mr. President, are you worthy?" Lin Che hurriedly shouted, "All right, everyone, stop fighting. Yu Minmin used to be my manager. It's not up to you to say whether he's worthy or not, it's up to Yu Minmin to decide for himself. Think about it, if you were to marry a man and someone says you're not worthy, would you not marry him?" Yu Minmin felt that she was worthy, so she married Mr. President, and those who felt that they were not worthy were still silently shouting elsewhere. "I just want to say that there is no woman who is not worthy of any man, unless this woman feels so. Besides, it's someone else's turn to decide when she's worthy or not." Such a domineering statement made everyone dumbfounded. Lin Che's fans applauded on the spot, while some others felt dejected. Lin Che got back into the car. Yang Lingxin said, "Sister Che, you're so awesome. You were so domineering just now." Lin Che said, "I just think that what they said was a little too much. Yu Minmin doesn't deserve him. This isn't as simple as they think it is." Yang Lingxin said, "But aren't we all very curious? No one knows how Yu Minmin ended up with Mr. President. This news is too sudden. Everyone has been talking about it recently, saying that Yu Minmin has really become a phoenix. Of course, everyone also said that Lin Che would probably benefit from it as well. Even though Lin Che didn't know what he was benefiting from. Fortunately, news was temporary. Now that there was so much news, it wouldn't be long before everyone's enthusiasm for Yu Minmin was replaced by other news. At this time, Gu Jingze was also preparing to pick Lin Che up to go eat. After they moved back to the Gu family's house, Lin Che had been busy. Gu Jingze was also busy. They hadn't eaten out together for a long time. This time, Gu Jingze said in advance that he would help Lin Che celebrate the completion of the film. Lin Che immediately agreed happily. Gu Jingze said, "See you at the place later." Sure, Lin Che said happily over the phone. Gu Jingze put down the phone and said to Qin Hao, "Go and pick Lin Che up later." "Yes, sir." At this moment, Gu Jingze suddenly saw a familiar figure flash past. Mo Huiling. Gu Jingze remembered that he hadn't seen Mo Huiling for a long time. Qin Hao also saw her. After all, Mo Huiling and Gu Jingze were very close in the past, so he was very familiar with Mo Huiling's figure. "Hey, sir, it seems to be Miss Mo." He saw Mo Huiling directly enter a hospital. Qin Hao was even more shocked. Why is Miss Mo in the hospital? Gu Jingze was also puzzled. He looked at her and said, "Forget it. Her matters have nothing to do with us anymore." "Yes, sir." After the filming was completed that night, the director even said that he would treat Lin Che to dinner, but Lin Che rejected him. Because she had promised Gu Jingze, she came to meet him for dinner. Gu Jingze saw Lin Che and smiled. He took her to change her clothes. Lin Che said, "You're not taking me to some banquet again, are you?" He had said that he would treat her to dinner, but she thought that it was just the two of them. Gu Jingze smiled mysteriously and said to her, "You'll know when you go and see." Although it was her duty to be his wife and attend banquets and social events with him, she suddenly felt a little disappointed today. Perhaps she had been looking forward to eating alone with him. She composed herself and thought, "Forget it. It doesn't matter if I go to the banquet. It's just eating anyway." Soon, she followed Gu Jingze and changed into a new set of clothes. Then, they drove to a hotel. Lin Che followed him. As they walked, she felt that something was wrong. It didn't seem like a banquet was being held here. Otherwise, why wasn't there a single person? These banquets were usually very lively. Even if the guests had already gone in, there would still be many servants and drivers outside. There were also some reporters who wanted to film something. But today, there wasn't a single person. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze curiously. "There's no one here. Where is she?" Gu Jingze still smiled mysteriously. "You'll know when you get up there." Lin Che followed Gu Jingze and entered quickly. The door was opened by the servants on both sides, and the circular dining room appeared in front of them. There was no one in the spacious dining room. The glass lamps flickered above their heads, making the room look very dark and enchanting. Lin Che was stunned. This isn't a banquet. It's a banquet." He held her hand. "A banquet for you and me." He had booked a whole dining room to eat with her. It was too extravagant. Gu Jingze smiled and led her into the room. Just then, the luxurious table was pushed to the middle. The beautiful candlelit dinner was very romantic. He took Lin Che's hand and sent her to the table. She looked at Gu Jingze and felt that her girly nature was satisfied. She looked at Gu Jingze. "Why did you make so much?" "I said it's to celebrate the completion of your filming." Gu Jingze liked to see Lin Che's girlish expression, as if she couldn't be happier. Gu Jingze snapped his fingers. The champagne glass was opened and poured into 2 glasses. Chapter 4:15. Gu Jingze snapped his fingers. The champagne glass was opened and poured into 2 glasses. As the yellow liquid bubbled, violins began to play around them. Lin Che felt that this was a scene from a movie. He had made it too grand. Seeing the violinist getting closer and closer, Lin Che covered her mouth and said, "So handsome, so handsome." Gu Jingze's face darkened. He gave the violinist a look. Before the violinist could get close, he had already retreated and started playing outside. Lin Che looked at him in a daze. How did you design this? Why didn't you come over and play the violin? That's what they do on TV. Gu Jingze couldn't be bothered with her. He raised his glass and said to her, "Congratulations on finishing your scene." "Thank you." Lin Che was happy. She couldn't be bothered to think too much. She raised her glass and clinked it with his. Although the champagne was sweet, it contained alcohol and it had a strong after-effect. Lin Che drank for a while. Not long after, she felt a little dizzy. Her cheeks were rosy. Gu Jingze held Lin Che's hand. "Where are we going?" Lin Che asked in surprise. Gu Jingze pulled her to the window. The circular restaurant with floor-to-ceiling windows gave a wider view of the city below. Gu Jingze held her shoulders, slowly walked to her back, and slowly hugged her. Lin Che said, "Wow, the scenery here is really good." Gu Jingze didn't say anything. He just stared at her eyes. After a while, he suddenly said, "Look over there." Lin Che said, "Which side?" However, she didn't have to ask further. Lin Che's face suddenly appeared on the huge screen in front of them. It was the trailer of Lin Che's current movie. It was all of her editing. She was crying, laughing, handsome, and beautiful. Lin Che was stunned. She looked at Gu Jingze in surprise. What was he doing? It was the first time Lin Che felt so valued. Instantly, he was moved. She turned to look at Gu Jingze. "You're really..." "Gu Jingze, why did you do this?" Gu Jingze looked at her with his dark eyes. "To celebrate you." Lin Che didn't know what else to say. He could only raise his head and look at Gu Jingze. She stood on her tiptoes and looked at him. "Thank you." Then, her lips touched his. Gu Jingze was slightly stunned. The next moment, he turned around and pressed her body against the glass. "If that's the case, it's not enough," Lin Che's face reddened. "You. What else do you want?" Gu Jingze smiled charmingly. "What do you think?" When the people below the stage saw Lin Che's appearance on the huge screen, they were all stunned. This was the largest screen in B City. On the top of a 30-story building, there was such a huge screen placed in the most conspicuous position. It could be seen clearly from far away. It could be considered as a landmark of B City. Usually, there would be advertisements or slogans here. Today, Lin Che's appearance was specially shown. What was going on? Some people said that someone was confessing their love to Lin Che. A rich man had bought this piece of land to celebrate the completion of Lin Che's new movie. That was why there was such a scene. That night, the advertisement was shown for the whole night. There were rumors about how much an advertisement here cost per minute. That night, no one wanted to calculate how much the rich man had spent. Most people just felt that it was too romantic. Lin Che was so blessed to be treated like this by a man. How happy would she be? The next day, this news even appeared on the news. It was said that someone had spent a huge sum of money to rent a billboard for her to celebrate the completion of Lin Che's new movie. Lin Che read the fans' comments as she dried her hair. She had just freshened up and was about to go to the office. Gu Jingze came in from behind. He glanced at Lin Che and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to the office." "Okay, let's go together." In the car, Gu Jingze had already started reading the information while Lin Che was reading the script. Just then, Gu Jingze's phone rang. Gu Jingze looked down and saw that it was Qin Hao. He said, "Sir, we found out that Miss Mo went to a maternity hospital." Gu Jingze glanced at Lin Che and said, "All right, we'll talk when we get to the office." The car stopped and Lin Che smiled at him. "I'll go first then." Okay. Lin Che felt that Gu Jing's expression was a little ugly, but he still smiled at him and went inside. After entering, Yang Lingxin saw the car waiting outside. She welcomed Lin Che in and said, "Is Mr. Gu here to send Sister Che off?" "Yes. Mr. Gu is so good to Sister Che." "Oh right, I saw a news article saying that Mr. Gu rented that big screen to celebrate the completion of Sister Che's filming. Is that true?" Although the article didn't say who, I think it must be Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu is so generous to Sister Che." However, at this moment, they heard a voice from inside, "Hey, Lin Che." Lin Che turned around and saw that Qin Wanwan was actually in the office. Lin Che smiled and walked over. "Why are you here?" "I'm here to sign a contract. I terminated my contract with my previous company and will be joining the same company as you soon." The few of them were stunned. Qin Wanwan was going to sign with their company. Qin Wanwan said, "We can be together in the future." "That's great." Lin Che said, "Oh, yeah." As expected, in the afternoon, there was already news about Qin Wanwan signing with a new company. The new company's boss was very optimistic about Qin Wanwan and prepared a signing fee of hundreds of millions for Qin Wanwan. He was committed to building a goddess image for Qin Wanwan and strongly supported her to become the new goddess. Some netizens started to question this. Qin Wanwan had always been compared to Lin Che in the past. Now that the two of them were going to the same company, wouldn't it be a new Song Shu Hai and Xian Xiaoyuan in the future? Wouldn't it be a competition for the title of Big Sis that would last for many years? Of course, it would be good if she could be like Xian Xiaoyuan and Song Shu Hai. After all, the two of them had been competing for so many years and had been popular for so many years. However, Lin Che and Qin Wanwan were still new rising stars. It was uncertain whether they could be popular for so many years. Meanwhile, in the company. In order to appease Lin Che, the company immediately sent people over to prevent Lin Che from thinking too much about it. The company's manager, Chen Halai, said to Lin Che, "Lin Che, don't worry. They're only saying that to promote her. However, you know our company's strength. We can't just nurture her. You're the one that our company has nurtured. She only came here because she's popular, so the significance is different. In our hearts, you're the most important one." Lin Che smiled and said, "President Qin, isn't injecting new blood into the company and poaching powerful celebrities all part of the business?" "I know that. You don't have to explain to me. No matter what, everyone still relies on their own strength." Chapter 416. That's right, that's right. Xiao Che, you're very sensible, much more so than other actors. Don't you know that I'm also afraid of those ignorant people spreading rumors and affecting our company's operations? It's great that you think that way. After the manager left, Yang Lingxin said, "I think Sister Che is definitely better than Qin Wanwan, but the company wants to promote Qin Wanwan as a goddess." "If she's a goddess, what is Sister Che?" Lin Che said, "That's just a gimmick. What happens in the end depends on our hard work. Who doesn't want to be first? A soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. I do want to be first, but I don't mind people competing with me. As long as it's a fair competition, I can accept it." Yang Lingxin pouted. "Alright, I just feel bad for Sister Che. If only Sister Yu was still here. She definitely wouldn't let the company bully Sister Che like this. Otherwise, Sister Che would tell President Gu, and President Gu wouldn't bear to let the company treat Sister Che like this." Lin Che said, "What's there to bully? Am I the only one the company is promoting? Forget it, there are so many artists in such a big management company. However, since Qin Wanwan was here, she was bound to snatch some of Lin Che's resources. After all, the resources of a company were limited. In the afternoon, she called Yu Min Min. Yu Min Min also said, "Of course. However, it's not good for the company to do this. It would be fine if they were in different categories, but you guys are in the same category and they still want to poach her. I think the company wants to use the two of you to create hype for each other. This kind of plan is really bad, but it does save a lot of publicity resources." Lin Che sighed and asked Yu Minmin, "There seems to be less news these few days. Have you gotten used to it?" "Yeah, I've gotten used to it. It's nothing. After a while, no one will be surprised anymore. After all, it's too shocking now. I can't accept it for now, but I'll get used to it sooner or later." "All right, then goodbye, Madam President. I'll take my leave first." "Fuck you. Have a safe trip, Madam President Gu. I'll send you off." After the two of them finished speaking, they burst into laughter, feeling that it was a bit too much. In the afternoon, the company looked for Lin Che again and said, "Recently, Qin Wanwan signed up for a drama academy. Many celebrities are participating, so why don't you join too? It can be considered a drama academy activity. The teachers are all experienced actors and big shots, so it'll be good for your image and so on." Lin Che said, "All right, I'll ask Sister Yu." When he called Yu Minmin again, Yu Minmin said, "Just go. It's actually impossible not to go. Since the company has already decided, if you say no, they will find another excuse to make you go. Why waste time?" This also proved that Yu Minmin was right. They still wanted her and Qin Wanwan to create hype for each other. After Lin Che agreed, the company immediately signed him up. After that, he bumped into Qin Wanwan, who had just finished the signing ceremony. She looked at Lin Che and said, "Lin Che, I heard from Mr. Zhang that you're going to the drama academy too." Lin Che said, "Yeah, the company arranged it." "That's great. I heard that you'll be staying in school for a while for training. I was worried that I didn't know anyone and didn't know what to do." Lin Che smiled and said, "I only found out about it this afternoon. I hope everything goes smoothly. I'll go prepare the things and materials first." "Sure. Oh yeah, you have a movie coming out soon. Good luck." "Yeah, don't you have a movie coming out too? Let's all work hard." After Lin Che finished speaking, he left. Qin Wanwan watched him leave. The staff member behind them, Xiao He, glared at them and said to Qin Wanwan, I don't know if it's on purpose. She saw that we're going to participate in the training and she's already starting to fight with us for resources." Qin Wanwan said, "Forget it. We're here to fight with them for resources. It's good enough that she didn't frown at us." Xiao He said, "We're here because we have the ability to fight for resources. Their company spent a lot of money to poach us. Also, when the company came, they said that they wanted to promote Sister Wanwan as their star. What does Lin Che amount to? Sister Wanwan, everyone knows your ability. Didn't he get to where he is by creating hype? How can he compare to us? Without Gu Jingyu, what does he amount to?" Qin Wanwan said, "All right, Xiao He, don't talk nonsense." Although she was trying to stop her, she still turned around and smiled at Lin Che. Her expression didn't show any intention of stopping her. Very quickly, Yu Minmin followed Gu Jingming to attend a public banquet for the first time. The purpose of this trip was to meet her future mother-in-law. She remembered that Lin Che had told her that this mother-in-law was a very good person, so she felt a lot more at ease. However, this was her first time attending such an important event, so she was still a little worried. Gu Jingming was still cold and silent at the side. Yu Minmin was dressed very formally, but she felt a little breathless from being wrapped up. As soon as they entered the banquet, they saw that most of the important officials of the Senate were present. The military officials were dressed in military uniforms, while the non-military officials were dressed in formal wear. Yuminmin felt as if she was watching a news broadcast. Those people who used to be very formal in television conferences were now appearing in front of her one by one. Yuminmin couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She took deep breaths. The man next to her glanced at her coldly. "Lower your voice." Yuminmin pursed her lips. "I'm nervous." Gu Jingming glanced at her. "You'll get used to it slowly." "But I feel like I can't breathe." Yuminmin felt that her chest was suffocating. Gu Jingming was still expressionless. "Then take a deep breath. But, otherwise, I won't save you if you embarrass yourself later." Yuminmin glared at the devil before following Gu Jingming. "You're really perverted, devil, cold, heartless." Gu Jingming could hear her mumbling, but he couldn't hear her clearly. "What did you say?" Yuminmin smiled. "Nothing. I said that you're really handsome and dashing." Gu Jingming lowered his head and looked at her. After Yuminmin finished scolding him, she felt very happy. She squinted her eyes and looked forward, smiling as she hummed a song. Just then, someone shouted, "Hey, Mr. President is finally here." Yuminmin looked over in surprise. It was a few of Mr. President's good friends. Yuminmin had heard that Gu Jingming's good friends were the general's son and the electronics king's son. The three of them had always been very close. They had almost gone to school together since they were young. Now, they were all good friends and no one could surpass them. The few of them immediately saw Yuminmin. "Is this the future president's wife?" The general's son, Fang Zhongmo, was very tall and looked very dashing. His smile was full of ridicule. Chapter 417. Not bad, Jingming. This is the first time you brought her to see us. You've hidden her really well, Su Yi said with a smile. They didn't seem to care about Yuminmin at all. They just looked at her curiously. Gu Jingming's face was still cold. "All right, let's go." He obviously didn't speak as much as the other two. He glanced at Yuminmin. "Go find something to eat first." Yuminmin could only nod his head in acknowledgement. Gu Jingming strode forward and left first. The two of them curled their lips again and looked at Yuminmin. "Madam President, see you later." "Madam President, bye." Yuminmin harumphed. This devil's friend was also a devil. Su Yi chased after Gu Jingming. "Jingming, your figure looks good." "Yeah, how is it? Have you enjoyed it?" "Hee hee," Fang Zhongmo said. Gu Jingming looked at the two of them. "You're thinking too much." He reached out and patted Su Yi's head. Hey, it can't be. It's been so many days in Glass Palace. Nothing happened. Really, Mr. President, you're too obstinate. The few of them laughed and joked around. They were no different from normal people. But when the people around them looked over, they would move away from them, not daring to get too close to them. At this moment, "Hey, Yin Suya." Su Yi quickly nudged Gu Jingming. Gu Jingming's eyes darkened. He lifted his head and looked at the woman standing in front of him. She was wearing a long dress and had a face as big as his palm. She had an artistic expression on her face. She stood there and looked at Gu Jingming with a smile and a hint of sadness. The few of them quietened down. After a while, Su Yi said, "Hey, Suya, you're here. Zhongmo, let's go over there." He reached out and pulled Fang Zhongmo. Only Gu Jingming was left, his hands in his pockets, looking at Yin Suya quietly. In the distance, Yuminmin was bored to death. The feeling of being left behind was a little unpleasant. Especially when he looked at those politicians. They looked familiar, but he couldn't remember their names. He felt like he was out of his mind. Was he attending a banquet or watching the news? She was surrounded by the president's personal guards, silently protecting her. Although the people outside were full of curiosity about the new president's wife, they did not dare to approach and could only watch from afar. Wow, is Mr. President standing with Miss Ean? Yeah. Yu Minmin was stunned. He raised his head and looked around. Then, he saw Gu Jingming and a woman standing high up in the air. Standing face to face, the two of them looked at each other, their expressions unreadable. However, the two of them looked extremely compatible when they were together. At this time, the surrounding people were still discussing. Miss Ean seems to have a good relationship with Mr. President and a few of his friends. That's right, they've always been playing together. Miss Ean didn't join this circle at first, but was later introduced by Mr. President. So she really and Mr. President, that's what they said, but they don't seem to care anymore. I heard that she dumped Mr. President and didn't want to be the president's wife, so, really? Why did she dump Mr. President? Because there are too many restrictions to be the president's wife. She can't continue her career. She is a designer and needs to go abroad. She can't always be a woman who follows Gu Jingming. I see. Yu Minmin stood there, listening to their conversation. Then, she looked up and looked over. The two of them had disappeared. Gu Jingming was gone, leaving only the woman standing there, looking down. Yu Minmin immediately remembered who she was. She was Ean Suya, a new wedding gown designer. She had been famous for a while because she was the youngest wedding gown designer in Paris Fashion Week, and the first female designer from country C to go abroad. No wonder she looked so elegant. Yu Minmin knew that she was just a decoration in Lapis Lazuli Palace. However, she had no choice but to do so. Seeing Gu Jingming walking back, she followed him. Gu Jingming looked at her. Let's go. Mother is already waiting for us inside. Yu Minmin raised her head to look at Gu Jingming and took a deep breath. She was still thinking about the woman from before, but she still smiled and nodded. It was her first time seeing Mu Wanqing, so she felt a little nervous. She looked at Yu Minmin and asked about her well-being. She even said to her, it must be very tiring to be with Jingming, and it must be very difficult to be the president's wife. Especially Jingming, this child, he's too cold and doesn't know how to care about others. If you have anything to say, come and tell me. In the future, you will be the daughter-in-law of the Gu family, and I will stand on your side no matter what. Yu Minmin smiled and nodded, looking at Gu Jingming. It was indeed very cold. After the banquet, when it was time to leave, the personal guards watched from the side. Outside, they could see many girls watching from afar, but they couldn't come in, so they could only be infatuated. Gu Jingming, on the other hand, did not look sideways, nor did he look around. Under the protection of the personal guards, he got into the car first. When Gu Jingming arrived at the glass palace, he said to Yu Minmin, if your family is willing to come to the ceremony in a few days, they can also attend. Oh, my dad is still locked up. Let him stay locked up. When no one is talking about him anymore, he can come out. Otherwise, he will cause trouble in such a mess. If my mom and my brother can come, Gu Jingming nodded. Of course, they can come. Really? That's great. Thank you. Gu Jingming glanced at her before getting out of the car. Yu Minmin quickly called her mother and told her to get ready. They could also attend the ceremony in a few days. Her brother immediately took the phone and said, Sister, it's true. He's so handsome. Can I go to the glass palace? The ceremony is held in the glass palace. Of course you can come. That's great. Then, her mother said, "But how long are those people going to stay here? The neighbors are watching and sometimes ask me what's going on." Hearing this, the younger brother said, "Sis, don't let them go. They're so handsome. They're so handsome standing here. I really want to be your personal guard too. But they're so good, aren't they? I heard that they're all judo champions, and their marksmanship is really good too. All right, stop messing around. What personal guards? They'll only be there for a few days, and they'll leave in a few days. When there aren't many people paying attention to this matter, and no one comes to harass you, they'll leave." "Ah, why is it like this? I think this is pretty good." Min was speechless as he thought to himself, the things that children think about are really simple. Chapter 418. In the Gu Corporation. Qin Hao said to Gu Jingze, "I don't know if it's because of her illness or something else, but Miss Mo has been living in seclusion and keeping a low profile. No one knows who she's dating. But this is a famous maternity hospital and there aren't many patients. Most of them are there for pregnancy and childbirth." Gu Jingze thought for a moment. His phone rang. It was a message from Lin Che. He waved his hand and answered the call. Lin Che said, "The company is arranging for me to go to school for a while." Sigh. "Does it mean that you're going to live in school?" "Yes." Lin Che felt helpless. The competition was fierce and she felt like she was in the middle of it all. But life had always been like this. Gu Jingze hurried back to help her arrange it. Gu Jingze said as he watched the helper pack up, "If you don't want to go, you don't have to." Lin Che said, "Forget it. There are a few famous actors teaching there. I'll go. It's just a little annoying. There must be a lot of things to do with so many people. If you want to improve your acting skills, you can ask Jingyu to find someone to teach you. It's okay. Although I think it's annoying to have so many people, I don't know what else I can do if I don't compete. If I don't work and rest at home, I won't be Lin Che. So, I'll go." Hearing this, Gu Jingze looked at her deeply and lowered his head to encircle her in his arms. His sexy skin was pressed against her cheek, and she could instantly feel the thick muscles beneath his clothes rubbing against her. So sexy, so comfortable. Lin Che leaned against him and didn't move for a long time. She felt like she was hanging on his perfect body and didn't want to get off. But she had to face reality. She had to pack her things. Tomorrow, she would leave this man and go to school to further her studies. Gu Jingze asked someone to help her pack her luggage. When she left, the helper pushed the luggage and Gu Jingze reminded her, "Call me if you have any problems." "Okay, I know. Don't force yourself." "Okay." Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. Although he was a little reluctant to let her go, he still nodded his head and let her into the car. Seeing Gu Jingze getting further and further away, Lin Che felt a little reluctant to part with him. He felt that he had been relying on Gu Jingze too much recently. Now that he was about to leave him, he suddenly felt a little insecure. Many people had already gathered at the school gate. From afar, Lin Che could see many of Qin Wanwan's fans holding up signs with the word "goddess" hanging prominently on them. Lin Che's fans didn't back down either. They wrote, "The woman who broke all the rules of a goddess." It looked like they were fighting with Qin Wanwan's fans. Today was the start of the training class. Aside from the eye-catching Lin Che and Qin Wanwan, there were many other celebrities participating, but the most famous ones were still Lin Che and Qin Wanwan. Other than them, there were also some big-shot teachers who attracted the attention of many people. However, the teachers would only come during lessons, so there was no one to be seen at this moment. Lin Che arrived. After he got out of the car, he was tightly surrounded. Lin Che smiled and heard someone say that Qin Wanwan had arrived long ago. Qin Wanwan knew how to conduct herself, so it was understandable that she would come early. The security guards escorted Lin Che into the school. Inside was the Drama Academy. Lin Che's university had been here before. There were many students here who were already famous celebrities, so when they saw the celebrities, they weren't as crazy as the people outside. However, they still stared at them enviously from afar. Lin Che graduated from our school. Yeah, didn't we advertise him a few days ago? But there are too many big names who graduated from our school, so she's not considered much. But there are so many fans outside. It'd be great if I could be like them in the future. Wasn't Lin Che famous at all when he was in school? Back then, he was so much prettier than her. Why does he look so pretty now? Did he really go through plastic surgery? Why does a famous person have an aura? It's a different feeling from a normal person. Everyone was discussing. Some people liked Qin Wanwan more, so they said, Qin Wanwan is a better person. She's so hardworking and came an hour early. Yeah, she relied on her own hard work and is very representative. She's also very pretty and she's good at acting. Anyway, I like Qin Wanwan more. I feel that she has fewer scandals. Lin Che has too many scandals. They're either infighting or quarreling. But no matter what, the sudden arrival of these celebrities really made the Drama Academy, which was already full of beauties, even more popular. The dormitory was a 4-person dormitory. Lin Che had seen 2 of the female celebrities before. Her name was Hui Hui. The other one was someone he had never seen before. She introduced herself as Little Qing. The 2 of them quickly pulled Lin Che along to take a photo together. Then, they said that the other person was Qin Wanwan. Apparently, Qin Wanwan was the one who took the initiative to share a room with Lin Che. Lin Che shrugged. He didn't really like being with Qin Wanwan. Perhaps it was because Yuminmin didn't like her that much, so Qin Wanwan didn't like her either. Or maybe it was because Lin Che was tired of being compared to her too much. Anyway, he really didn't think that Qin Wanwan was a good person like before. Now, he just wanted to be separated from her and not be placed in the same room all the time. But he was helpless. Qin Wanwan actually took the initiative. Not long after, Qin Wanwan came as expected. She even brought clothes for Lin Che. Lin Che, look, I brought clothes for you. We'll be going to the group gathering later, so we have to wear the same clothes. Lin Che looked at Qin Wanwan and quickly said, Oh, thank you, Wanwan. Don't mention it. We're friends, right? Qin Wanwan wrapped her arms around Lin Che's shoulders and walked out with her arms around his shoulders. When they were outside, they were told that they had to go through military training first. Everyone panicked until the teacher said, I know you're all celebrities and your skin is very important. Most of us choose to do it indoors. Don't worry. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Since they had to exercise to control their bodies, military training shouldn't be a problem for them. But looking at Lin Che and Qin Wanwan in front of them, they couldn't help but compare them. They felt that Qin Wanwan was even slimmer than Lin Che. This was because Qin Wanwan basically didn't eat any staple food and only ate vegetables. She was very good at controlling her body. The group of people walked past the school and attracted a lot of attention. Chapter 419. Qin Wanwan was always with Lin Che and was almost inseparable from him, which was very surprising. It seemed that the relationship between the 2 of them was really good. It wasn't like what the outsiders said, saying that they were friends but didn't have a good relationship with each other. Weren't they together every day? The reporters also tried their best to exaggerate, saying that the two of them had a good relationship. Although they were in the same company, their competitive relationship did not affect their friendship. After returning to the dormitory, Lin Che leaned against the wall and played. After a while, Qin Wanwan started coughing. Lin Che looked up. Qin Wanwan said, "Oh no, he caught a cold as soon as he arrived, and he still has to go through military training." Lin Che went over to look at her. "It can't be. How about I get some medicine for you to take? If you can't do the military training, then don't participate. I'm just in time for sick leave. That's the only way. Sorry to trouble you, Lin Che." Qin Wanwan fell sick as soon as she arrived, so Lin Che had no choice but to take care of her. After all, the two of them had always been together. It wouldn't be good if he didn't take care of her when she was sick. Lin Che ran to the dormitory from the infirmary to get Qin Wanwan some medicine and things for her. Everyone came in to watch and even said to Lin Che, "You've worked too hard. Seriously, Qin Wanwan's body is too weak. She's already sick as soon as she arrived." Lin Che said, "Yeah, it looks like she has a really bad cold. It looks like I can only ask for a leave from the teacher. You guys can help me ask for a leave." The teacher didn't dare to let Qin Wanwan go like that. If anything happened, Qin Wanwan's fans would eat them up. Although the students thought that it was good to be famous, there was no need for military training, and the teachers didn't dare to say anything. Lin Che stayed in the dormitory with Qin Wanwan for the whole day and didn't go out. Qin Wanwan was extremely apologetic towards Lin Che. She looked at Lin Che and said, "I've troubled you too much. You've worked so hard." Lin Che said, "It's okay. Who doesn't want to get sick?" However, Qin Wanwan started convulsing all over. Lin Che was stunned, and his entire person jumped in fright. He hurriedly ran out to call the doctor. Everyone immediately knew something had happened to Qin Wanwan, so they hurried over. The doctor quickly controlled Qin Wanwan's condition. During the examination, they discovered that Qin Wanwan had added another drug into the injection. This medicine could cause a person's skin to change shape and disfigure them. Everyone was stunned. Qin Wanwan's manager quickly ran over. When she saw that it was Lin Che, she sneered rudely and said to Qin Wanwan, "What are you doing, Wanwan? How could you let Lin Che take care of you?" Lin Che stood there and listened. He looked at her and said, "What do you mean?" The manager said straightforwardly, "Don't you understand what I mean? A drug that disfigures people. How could there be such a coincidence? If it wasn't some other medicine, it was a medicine that would disfigure someone." "What? Do you want to ruin our Wanwan's career? Are you shocked because Wanwan came to our company? Is that why you did it?" Lin Che sneered, "What evidence do you have to prove that I did it? The medicine was prescribed by the hospital, what does it have to do with me?" Qin Wanwan also quickly said, "Yeah, Sister Lin, it has nothing to do with Lin Che. He was just kind enough to take care of me." The manager said, Our Wanwan is too kind." She's still speaking up for Lin Che at this time. The manager said, "Then Wanwan, tell me, who helped you get the medicine?" Qin Wanwan looked up and glanced at Lin Che anxiously. She said softly, "Lin Che. But I was the one who asked her to help. Isn't that right? How long did Lin Che take to get the medicine?" Qin Wanwan said, 15 minutes, right? Ha, it was such a short distance and you took 15 minutes. What were you doing in the middle, Lin Che? Lin Che said, "Can't I go to the washroom in the middle? What's wrong with me passing by the washroom?" The manager said straightforwardly, "What a coincidence. It's so coincidental that I can't say anything about you." Qin Wanwan quickly said, "All right, Sister Lin, don't say any more. Maybe it's really just a coincidence." She immediately said, "How can there be so many coincidences? There wasn't enough this time and it could still be excreted. If she got her way, your skin would become loose and deformed, and your acting career would be ruined." Lin Che watched as the two of them echoed each other. Everyone started to look at Lin Che with strange expressions. Qin Wanwan looked at Lin Che and said, "Lin Che, don't mind me. I didn't think it was you, really." Lin Che sneered, "I didn't do it in the first place. Sister Lin, you and I are in the same company, so it's good that we have competition. But if you want to blame it on me, let me tell you, it's impossible. You. Alright, I'll definitely tell the media and the law. I'll get someone to investigate and let people know your true colors." This time, they parted on bad terms. Although Qin Wanwan didn't leave, the manager told someone to keep an eye on Lin Che and not let Lin Che get close to Qin Wanwan. The next day, the media published the news that Lin Che was suspected to have harmed Qin Wanwan in the dormitory. He had tried to drug her to disfigure her but was seen through. Everyone on the internet was in an uproar. Some people said that Lin Che couldn't have done that because she was so good. Some people said that it was hard to say. After all, Qin Wanwan had joined Lin Che's company and the two of them were fighting for the position of the top actress. They were fighting for resources, so their relationship wouldn't be too good. Immediately, there was an insider who revealed that Qin Wanwan was going to participate in the training camp first and it had been going for a few weeks. Who knew that Lin Che would immediately say that he was going to participate in the training camp as soon as Qin Wanwan and Lin Che were in the same company? It was too obvious that he was comparing himself to Lin Che. Then, there was another leak from the Drama Academy. It said that when Lin Che was accused of drugging Qin Wanwan was still speaking up for him. At first, Qin Wanwan and Lin Che seemed to have a good relationship. Suddenly, something like this happened. It was really unbelievable. However, it could be seen that Qin Wanwan was a good person. She kept saying that she believed that Lin Che didn't do it. It was just that the manager wasn't willing to let Lin Che off and even said that she would sue Lin Che in court. This time, some of Lin Che's fans couldn't sit still. They said that they didn't expect Lin Che to be such a person. However, if it was true, they really didn't want to be Lin Che's fan anymore. There were endless scolding on the internet. In the dormitory, everyone was looking at Lin Che, as if they didn't dare to get close to him. Qin Wanwan was still sick but she insisted on staying in the dormitory and didn't leave the training camp. Her sickly appearance was very lovable. She looked at Lin Che and said, "Lin Che, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect things to turn out like this." Lin Che looked at her coldly. "It's okay. Isn't that how the entertainment industry is? Wasn't that how it was? Hypocrisy. Benefits came first. How many friends could be enemies? Moreover, they weren't even friends. They just knew each other." Qin Wanwan wanted to say more but Lin Che had already stood up and walked out. Everyone saw that Lin Che had left and they were still comforting Qin Wanwan. Chapter 420. Sis Wanwan, forget it. She doesn't know what's good for her. Just leave her alone, Hui said. Yeah, Sis Wanwan, you're too generous. You even forgave her, but not only is she not grateful, she's even like this, little Qing said. Seriously, she sounds like she's a good person on TV. She has good fans and interesting people. I didn't expect her to be like this in private, little Qing said. Hui said, it's all fake on TV. I only know what she's like when I'm watching her. This was probably the first time Lin Che had been questioned like this. The scoldings were all directed at Lin Che. After Lin Che went out, he called Gu Jingzi first. Gu Jingzi said, if you're too tired, come back. I'll take care of it. Lin Che held the phone. The moment he heard Gu Jingzi's voice, he felt a little sour. Being scolded by someone naturally made him feel bad. Lin Che also knew that he had a fragile heart and was easily sensitive. However, he had been in the entertainment industry for a long time and had matured a lot, so he didn't feel anything now. Lin Che said, no need. I'm a cockroach that can't be killed. I'm already much better than before. I can still take this. Moreover, I still have to prove my innocence. Gu Jingzi said, all right, I told you not to be stubborn, understand? This isn't stubborn. Don't worry, I can still take it. However, not long after, there was a news article about Lin Che apologizing to Qin Wanwan. If he didn't apologize, they wouldn't forgive Lin Che. This topic was pushed to the forefront and Lin Che's scolding became even more incessant. Although Yu Minmin was very busy, she still hurriedly called Lin Che. She had just taken leave not long ago and something like this happened to Lin Che. It was really worrying. Yu Minmin said, I'll take care of this. Don't worry too much. Lin Che said, aren't you still busy being a bride? You have a lot of things to take care of. Although I can't always show up, I'm still your manager. If something happens to you, I have a lot of responsibility too. Alright, don't worry about it. Just leave it to me. Yu Minmin and Sister Lin had been in the same company for many years. When she arrived at the office and saw Sister Lin, she smiled and said, I've just left and you're already causing trouble for me. Sister Lin looked at Yu Minmin in shock. Is the president's wife trying to use her power to oppress people? How is that possible? I'm still the same Yu Minmin in the company. Oh, then I'm relieved. However, Min Min, you've been below me for so many years. Now that you've finally managed to raise Lin Che up, he's always stirring up trouble for you. You've worked hard. Lin Che was originally very good and might have allowed you to surpass me, but it's a pity that I've managed to recruit Wanwan. It's a pity that you've just risen a little, but you still have hope of beating me in the future. Yu Min Min smiled. Yes, I will do my best. Don't go overboard this time. No. Don't worry, we're from the same company, so I'll go easy on him. I just want Lin Che to apologize to Wanwan and voluntarily withdraw from this year's Showbiz Awards. It's true. It turns out that the Showbiz Awards are coming up soon. No wonder he's in such a hurry to make a move. Originally, Lin Che starred in Gu Jingyu's movie and had a high chance of getting first place. How could he withdraw now? As expected, the next day, someone said that they hoped Qin Wanwan's company would fire Lin Che. Otherwise, if the two of them were in the same company in the future, who knew how Lin Che would bully Qin Wanwan? After all, Lin Che was recommended by their company and Qin Wanwan came later. Now that the company didn't intervene to deal with the two of them, they were really siding with Lin Che. Since they let Qin Wanwan join them, it would be too outrageous if they didn't treat her well. The company only wanted the two of them to compete with each other. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? The company quickly called Lin Che and said, why don't you just apologize to Wanwan? It's not that hard to apologize, right? Lin Che said directly, that's impossible. Then what if they ask you to withdraw from this year's awards? If you don't say a few good words, you'll really be excluded by the awards committee. Wouldn't that be even worse? When Lin Che heard that, he gritted his teeth and said, the awards are indeed important to me, but what's more important is my innocence. I won't admit to a crime that doesn't belong to me. The company was very angry but also very helpless. After all, Lin Che was an artist that made money under them. They couldn't make things too ugly or else it wouldn't be good if they forced him to leave. Yu Minmin met with Lin Che and said to him, don't be too angry. Live your life as you should. It doesn't matter even if Qin Wanwan takes the awards this time. We actually have a chance to retaliate. Lin Che said, "What chance?" "Your movie was nominated for Best Actress at the Golden Awards this year. If you get nominated, do you still care about the awards?" "What? Best Actress? But did you get the nomination?" The Golden Awards was the most important, famous and authoritative film award in the country. It was held once every year. Many actors worked hard for decades just to get this award, which was to be crowned the queen of the film industry. However, this was Lin Che's first time being the female lead in a movie, and the movie hadn't even been released yet. Yu Minmin said, "It's just submitted for review. I don't know if you'll be nominated, but I believe in your ability. You performed very well this time and the director praised you. He thinks that your acting has improved a lot. You have to believe in your acting. You definitely have a chance of being nominated." Lin Che nodded vigorously. Although he felt that the Golden Awards were still very far away from him, he had a little more hope now. Compared to the Golden Awards, the awards that the entertainment industry used to entertain themselves were really not that important. One could imagine how influential it was. Yu Minmin said, "All right, just relax for now. Go to class." After the military training, the first class began in a classroom at the Drama Academy. Qin Wanwan was the first to arrive. Everyone had already heard that Qin Wanwan had been nominated for the annual awards. It was a list that selected celebrities. As long as they were famous, they could be nominated, regardless of whether they were actors, singers, hosts, comedians, or sportspeople. Therefore, the competition was quite fierce. Qin Wanwan and Lin Che were both nominated, but everyone thought that Lin Che had a higher chance of being nominated. The annual awards showed a person's popularity and future development. The previous rankings of the four beauties were also based on the rankings of the celebrities after the awards. At that time, Lin Che, Qin Wanwan and Qian Wanwan were all newcomers and were nominated. They were all ranked in the middle, behind some big names, so they were called the Four Beauties. Chapter 421. In the new year, the other two actresses were still in the rankings, but Lin Che and Qin Wanwan were in the top 10. They could attend the awards ceremony and compete for the top 3 spots. When Qin Wanwan entered, everyone said that Qin Wanwan was amazing. She was so beautiful, had so many fans, was a nice person, and was very popular. As soon as Qin Wanwan came in, she saw a few teachers. Since they were people she had worked with before, she immediately went over to greet them. The teachers started chatting enthusiastically with her and the other students could only watch enviously from the side. Then, in the washroom, Qin Wanwan's manager looked at Qin Wanwan. "Lin Che is finished this time. Previously, he was ranked ahead of you. Unfortunately, he has fallen to the 10th place now. I'm afraid he won't be able to catch up to you." Qin Wanwan washed her hands. "That's good. Can I be sure that I can enter the top 3 and win the grand prize?" Basically, I'm forcing her to withdraw from the election. Otherwise, we'll continue to make her apologize. She can do whatever she wants, but how can she compete with you? I told you, if you come to our company, I'll definitely make you the #1 girl in the company. My ability is also well known in the industry, so don't worry. Qin Wanwan smiled proudly. She looked at her own pretty face in the mirror and imagined how Lin Che would look when she stepped on him. Sister Lin said, "Don't worry, just wait for the grand prize this year." Lin Che applied for a day off from his teacher. He had to submit the information for the Golden Name Awards, so he had to go personally. Yu Minmin and Lin Che arrived at the Golden Name Awards judging panel. Seeing that Lin Che was still looking at Weibo, Yu Minmin said, you better not look at it. Lin Che leaned against the wall and said weakly, no, 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 I want to torture myself. I can't take it if I don't. These people really don't believe that I have the ability to drug Qin Wanwan. If I'm really that good, I'll just drug her to kill her. Wouldn't everything be over once she dies? Why would I waste so much time on disfigurement? That's enough. Fans and audience only believe what they want to believe. They don't care about right or wrong. Those fans who believe in you just don't dare to say anything. When the truth comes out, they'll know how wrong they are. After the committee reported the name list, Lin Che waited outside. Not long after, someone from the committee came out and said, Miss Lin. Lin Che hurriedly stood up. He said, congratulations, you've been nominated for the Golden Name Award for Best Actress. Lin Che looked at him in disbelief. Really? I can be nominated? God, no, I think I'm going to faint. The judge from the organizing committee smiled and said, the news will probably come out in a while, but it's already confirmed that you've been shortlisted. Yu Minmin was also at the side. She held Lin Che's hand and said, congratulations. Lin Che and Yu Minmin gave each other a hug. She didn't expect to receive such a pleasant surprise at her most unlucky time, giving her a ray of hope. When the two of them walked out, Yu Minmin said, we won't apologize now, but I will release a statement saying that you have withdrawn from this year's Celebrity Awards. Okay. After that, everyone will definitely think that you're showing weakness and will probably scold you even more miserably. Well, let the tempest come on. Yeah, when the news about the Golden Name Awards comes out, they'll know how wrong they were. Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin and smiled. Also, I'll investigate Qin Wanwan again. Focus on your classes and don't think too much. Stay away from Qin Wanwan. Lin Che nodded. I didn't expect Qin Wanwan to be so scary. Yu Minmin said, she looks like a very scheming person. Yeah, I didn't really like her at first, but I didn't think she was that annoying either. I just feel that although she's very polite, she gives off a feeling that it's hard to get too close to her. In the afternoon, Lin Che's official Weibo announced that Lin Che had withdrawn from the Celebrity Awards. This time, many people felt very happy. The netizens were saying, does this mean that Lin Che has tacitly agreed? Otherwise, why would he withdraw from the awards? I think he's afraid of being slapped in the face. Now that Lin Che's ranking has fallen so much, even if he doesn't withdraw himself, Qin Wanwan has already kicked him far away. Some Weibo celebrities directly said that an insider had revealed that Lin Che had reached an agreement with Qin Wanwan's team. If Lin Che withdrew from the awards, they wouldn't pursue the matter of the drugging. If he didn't withdraw, they would sue Lin Che, so Lin Che had no choice but to withdraw. This news was obviously released by Qin Wanwan's team. Lin Che thought to himself that Sis Yu's guess was right. Even if she apologized, it would be useless. Sis Lin wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity and would definitely reveal something. Even if she apologized, withdrew, and showed complete weakness, they would still let everyone know that it was Lin Che who did it and ruin his reputation. However, Lin Che only withdrew from the awards and didn't say anything else. He didn't apologize either. When he got home, everyone was still guessing whether Lin Che was going to apologize or continue to put up a strong front. All the way until night time, no one received any news of an apology. Qin Wanwan's team was still pressuring Lin Che. She sent a message saying that Qin Wanwan's drug sample had been tested and it was indeed a drug used to treat stiff skin. Taking too much of it would cause the skin to loosen and cause disfigurement. Everyone felt even more terrified. They all went to Qin Wanwan's Weibo and posted it, sympathizing with her for almost falling into such a terrible trap. The next day, Lin Che went to class again. As for why Lin Che took the day off from class yesterday, everyone had already made up a story in their minds. They wondered if Lin Che didn't dare to see Qin Wanwan, which was why he didn't come. Hence, when they saw Lin Che appear in the classroom today, they stared at her with eyes full of curiosity, contempt, and mockery. However, Lin Che pretended not to see any of this. He returned to his seat and sat down. On the other side, little Qing still gave her yesterday's notes. After all, she was still Lin Che and a celebrity. They didn't want to offend Lin Che directly, lest who knew who would suddenly become popular again in this industry. Just then, Qin Wanwan came in. Unlike Lin Che, she was beaming with joy. Her previous cold seemed to have been cured. When she saw Lin Che, she hurried over and said to him hypocritically, "Lin Che, what happened to you yesterday? You didn't come all of a sudden. I was so worried about you." Lin Che smiled. "I had something to do, so I didn't come." Everyone couldn't help but sneer when they heard that. What was there to do? She just didn't have the face to see anyone. Qin Wanwan looked at her pitifully. Just then, the teacher came. He was a master in the entertainment industry. Although he couldn't be considered famous now, he was still a master with a good reputation. Qin Wanwan looked at him and said, "I'll go over and say hello. This is my senior in the past." Chapter 422. The people next to her quickly flattered her. "Wanwan, you know so many people. Yeah, you're so popular. Everyone is so nice to you. The teachers are all your friends. I'm so envious. Wanwan is a superstar. Of course, she's different from us. She's even a popular candidate for the award this year." "What popular candidate?" "She'll definitely be the champion. Who can be as popular as Wanwan this year?" They didn't care that Lin Che, who had just withdrawn from the award, was still there. Qin Wanwan smiled at everyone and went straight over to chat and laugh with the teacher who she was familiar with. Some people muttered that it was good to know the teachers. Everyone else could be ignored. Everyone looked at Qin Wanwan and felt jealous. Then, they heard a whistle outside and someone came in again. Someone shouted, "Aw, today's special guest is Mu Firen." In front of them, the teacher who was talking immediately stood up. "Mu Firen is here. Yes, Mu Firen is going to explain the secret of Changhong." Everyone became excited all of a sudden. Lin Che also stood up and saw Mu Firen, who was wearing a pair of sunglasses, surrounded by a group of people. After she entered, there was even a group of people watching her from outside. Mu Firen took off her sunglasses and the people next to her introduced her. "You don't have to introduce her to everyone. Everyone knows our heavenly queen, Miss Mu Firen." Of course, everyone applauded and looked at Mu Firen enthusiastically. Mu Firen smiled generously. "We're all the same, so don't be so polite. I'm just lucky to be one step ahead of everyone today, so I can stand here and talk about my experience." Mu Firen was really an all-around idol. She was full of positive energy and everyone liked her very much. When she saw Lin Che, she immediately smiled and said, Lin Che, you've come to participate in the training too." After that, he left everyone else in the cold. Lin Che stood there and looked at Mu Firen. He hugged her and said intimately, "Actually, the training is also good. Yeah, I didn't expect Sister Firen to come. I promised my friend to help me, so I came to have a look." As the two of them chatted intimately, Qin Wanwan, who was standing next to the teacher, could only watch awkwardly as her face stiffened. So what if he knew many teachers? None of them were as important as this one. Seeing how those teachers also stood up with a look of joy on their faces, putting down their pride as seniors and fawning over Mu Firen, they finally understood what Mu Firen meant in the entertainment industry. Everyone looked at Mu Firen and Lin Che. Lin Che listened to them with a faint smile while Mu Firen kept talking cheerfully. It seemed that the two of them had a good relationship. The students looked at each other, as if they were communicating with their eyes. Now that Mu Firen was here, Qin Wanwan was like a transparent person. That's right. Mu Firen came and directly went to Lin Che, ignoring Qin Wanwan. It seemed like Qin Wanwan didn't have a good relationship with these big shots. Lin Che really had some ability. Those who had a good relationship with her were all big shots. Yes, knowing a big shot was much better than knowing 10 messy seniors. Everyone looked at each other again. Qin Wanwan's brilliance suddenly dimmed, and Lin Che became the object of everyone's jealousy. Qin Wanwan walked over from behind and said to Mu Firen, "Sister Firen, you're here." She thought that she also knew Mu Firen, and Lin Che wasn't the only one who knew these big shots. However, Mu Firen just looked at her and said, "Oh, yes." Then she said to the teachers, "Let's start the class." Of course, the teachers listened to her and nodded hurriedly. Okay. Mu Firen didn't look at Qin Wanwan again and directly sat in the front. Qin Wanwan's face darkened. She could only look at the front and return to her seat. Mu Firen talked about her experience and deliberately looked at the students below and said to them, "Actually, there is someone here who has a similar experience as me. That person is Lin Che." Everyone looked at Lin Che again. Mu Firen said, "I was just a bystander for a few years before I started to act as a leading role. So I always believe that hard work will always pay off. Moreover, I've played all kinds of roles during my years as a bystander, and it was during that period that I developed my acting skills. I think some actors have grown up in a greenhouse. They only care about fame and forget that acting skills are the most important part of an actor. I also hope that you can improve your acting skills through this training. You are the hope of the entertainment industry in the future." Everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Che and then at Qin Wanwan. Qin Wanwan was obviously from a greenhouse, and her words were targeted at Mu Firen, so they couldn't help but feel indignant for her. Qin Wanwan also had acting skills, okay? Someone couldn't help but stand up and say, "Sister Firen, Qin Wanwan also has acting skills." Are you targeting Qin Wanwan? You're too biased, aren't you? Mu Firen looked at her and said, "Yes, I'm biased, but I'm also a human being. I have people I like and don't like, but I like Lin Che. What's wrong with that?" Everyone was stunned for a moment. How could she directly say that she liked Lin Che? But no one could refute it. She indeed had the right to like whoever she liked. Lin Che suddenly blushed, but everyone looked at Lin Che with even more jealousy. Mu Firen directly said that she liked Lin Che very much. What did Lin Che do to make so many big stars like him? Mu Firen was also a super big star. Mu Firen said, "Besides, Lin Che and I have a good relationship. He is like my little sister. I like him because he is a good person and has good acting skills. Can't I like him?" No one said anything. They could only look at Qin Wanwan's sullen face, but they couldn't lose their temper. The atmosphere was very awkward. Finally, the class was over. Before Mu Firen left, she specially came to see Lin Che. "Good luck. I see that you are still being slandered these days, but the news won't last long." Lin Che was grateful that Mu Firen was willing to stand on his side. "Thank you, Sister Firen. No, I mean it. My experience is very similar to yours. You can act well, and a hard-working person won't be treated badly." "Yes, I will." After Mu Firen left, Little Qing and Hui Hui looked at Lin Che. "Why are you so close to Mu Firen? Is Mu Firen like this in private?" They surrounded Lin Che and left. They didn't notice that Qin Wanwan was sitting there with her hands clenched tightly. In the afternoon, everyone went to the rehearsal hall to rehearse. The teacher talked about the importance of acting skills and especially praised Qin Wanwan's acting skills. Chapter 423. I've worked with Wanwan a few times. Her acting is considered one of the better actresses out of all the actresses. Come, Wanwan, show everyone how you acted in this crying scene and let everyone see your acting skills. Qin Wanwan stood up with a smile and walked over. Senior, I'm embarrassed by your praise. I'm actually not good at crying scenes. Please don't laugh at me. Everyone watched as Qin Wanwan picked up the script. She looked at the script and began to cultivate her emotions. In less than 2 minutes, her eyes were already wet. Everyone thought that she was amazing. She could still get into it so quickly at a time like this. Then, Qin Wanwan collapsed on the spot. Her hands trembled as she read her lines to the fake camera in front of her. She had a sorrowful expression on her face, and tears streamed down her face. Everyone who saw her pitiful appearance felt sad with her. A few people in the back couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Qin Wanwan's acting skills were indeed amazing. She was so immersed in it in such a short time. Moreover, her expression was so moving. After her performance, everyone applauded enthusiastically together. Qin Wanwan stood up with a smile, and her expression immediately returned to normal. She wiped the tears on her face with a smile and said to everyone, "Thank you for your support, everyone. Wanwan, you're really amazing. Wanwan, you cried so well. Your tears flowed so quickly. Also, your performance was so realistic. That was amazing." The teacher said from the back, "Crying scenes are our most basic course. Of course, the basics are also very challenging. Wanwan's performance was very good. You can be said to be a role model among actresses. Of course, you have to continue to work hard." At this moment, someone looked at Lin Che and remembered how Mu Firen praised him before. Seeing that he was silently standing in the back, he said, "Hey, wasn't Senior Mu Firen praised student Lin Che very well? Student Lin Che, can you show us?" Everyone saw this and started to jeer, wanting to see Lin Che make a fool of himself. Crying scenes were just a few things. Even if Lin Che acted as well as Qin Wanwan, it wouldn't mean anything. If he didn't act as well as Qin Wanwan, he would be laughed at. Qin Wanwan was also looking at the back. She said to Lin Che, "Lin Che, just give it a try. Just treat it as a game. Plus, didn't everyone say that your acting skills are very good? Don't hide it and let us learn from you." Lin Che looked at Qin Wanwan. "No need. Your acting is already very good. I won't add to your troubles." The teacher saw that everyone was so enthusiastic. He had never worked with Lin Che before, but Lin Che's usual performances weren't that strong. They were all idol dramas and period dramas. There weren't many emotional fluctuations and he couldn't tell how good her acting was, so he looked at Lin Che and didn't think much of it. He only felt that Lin Che did know some people and didn't think highly of these teachers and seniors, but she might not be as good as Qin Wanwan in other aspects. Seeing that everyone said so, he said to Lin Che, "That's right, Lin Che. Why don't you perform for us? Everyone, tell us if it's good or not." Lin Che took a deep breath and looked at the teacher. "All right, I'll give it a try." Lin Che took the script and looked at a segment. It was about the female lead discovering that the male lead, who was the emperor, had disappeared in the chaos of war during the rebellion, leaving them an orphan and a widow to face the thousands of troops outside. She felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Lin Che looked at it quietly, raised his head, and said, "I'm done." "Then let's begin." Everyone was waiting to see what she could perform. Lin Che looked in front of her. Her expression was haggard and her gaze was empty, as though she had forgotten everyone around her. She took a step forward, but her legs gave way and she fell to the ground. She held on to the steps beside her and tried to stand up, but she couldn't. The veins on her face were trembling, as though she had used up all her strength, but she still couldn't stand up. After an unknown amount of time, it was as though time had frozen for her, and she couldn't be disturbed by anyone. When she reached out her hand again, the corners of her lips moved slightly, but there was no expression on her face. Only the movement of her shoulders made everyone feel that this seemingly strong woman was holding on. She opened her mouth and called out the male lead's name, Nianchu. "Nianchu, all right, I'll protect this empire for you. I'll wait for you to come back. I'll wait for you to come back." As soon as he finished speaking, the tears on his face had already flowed out from his seemingly calm eyes. Everyone's mouth was agape as they stared at Lin Che in shock. She was clearly expressionless earlier, and her eyes didn't even turn red. However, tears suddenly flowed from her eyes the moment she finished speaking. It was easy to imagine that she had planned it herself. Her tears fell, not too early or too late. At this moment, it perfectly reflected the female lead's strength, toughness, and strong love for the male lead. She loved him so much that she would hold back her tears for him at any time. Only at the last moment, when she was firm in her belief that she would protect the country for him, did she really shed a tear. Lin Che's performance was over. However, everyone seemed to be in a daze. That was until someone at the back shouted, "Great!" After that, everyone applauded together. They knew how difficult it was to control one's tears according to the timing. Most of the time, it was difficult to control one's emotions. Therefore, when some actresses couldn't control their emotions, they had to rely on editing to complete a scene. However, Lin Che was able to control his emotions. Everyone looked at Lin Che in amazement. The teacher couldn't help but push up his glasses, look at Lin Che, and say, "Lin Che, your acting skills are remarkable. However, these are all basic courses in the Drama Academy. You still have to work hard." Everyone could tell that the teacher was spouting nonsense. Earlier on, Qin Wanwan had been so full of praises. Now, Lin Che's acting was on point. His acting was not inferior to those experienced actresses in the slightest. It was rare for actresses to be like this, but the teacher said it as if it was only natural. It wasn't obvious that he was biased. Qin Wanwan looked at Lin Che from the back. Her expression darkened for a while before it finally returned to normal. Those television dramas really didn't allow Lin Che to fully display his acting skills. Moreover, it was obvious that his acting skills had improved after acting with Gu Jinyu this time. After this incident, everyone looked at Lin Che with a little more respect. However, they still felt that Lin Che had drugged Qin Wanwan and it was normal for him to be slandered. After all, Lin Che had admitted it himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly backed out of the big reward. Chapter 424. Lin Che didn't mind. Just as the teacher said, this type of crying scene was only a basic course in drama school. It was just that the more basic it was, the harder it was to act. After class, everyone watched as Lin Che left first. They even said to Qin Wanwan, "Isn't she purposely going against you? She saw you act casually and she immediately put in a lot of effort into it. What does she think she's doing? It's a competition." "That's right. She's too scheming. She's purposely trying to compete with you. She saw that you were here for training and rushed here herself. Now that her foxtail has been exposed, she's here to compete with you. Qin Wanwan smiled and said, she won't do it again. She's really good at acting. You didn't give it your all, Wanwan. You were just giving a demonstration. Qin Wanwan didn't say anything, tacitly agreeing. Everyone said fiercely, I'm waiting for Lin Che to apologize personally. Wanwan, don't let her off just because she withdrew from the award ceremony. Withdrawing from the award ceremony isn't enough. She has to apologize. It doesn't matter if she apologizes or not. We're all friends. Qin Wanwan smiled as she watched Lin Che walk away. However, there wasn't a hint of a smile in her eyes. When it was over, Qin Wanwan called her manager. I want her to apologize immediately. Use all the methods you can think of. I want her to apologize personally. Sister Lin said hurriedly, forget it, Wanwan. Don't be angry. You're going to attend the award ceremony soon. We've already prepared the dress for you and we've already promoted it. The news will be out soon. Qin Wanwan felt a little better after hearing her manager's words. Just as her manager said, the news about her was out very soon. On the screen, Qin Wanwan was beautiful and elegant. She walked on campus and said that she was going to attend the award ceremony. She was even said that she had a chance of winning. She said shyly that she would know when the time came. However, the news had already followed Qin Wanwan's instructions and said that Qin Wanwan's ranking was very high this time and that she was almost certain to win the award ceremony. Qin Wanwan was limitless in the news. The news didn't forget to mention that before Lin Che withdrew from the award ceremony, his ranking had already dropped to the top 10. If he didn't withdraw, it would probably be difficult for him to get close to the award ceremony. Withdrawing now was a good thing. Qin Wanwan's reputation soared and conveniently trampled on Lin Che. She even said that Lin Che had withdrawn from the big reward fund on his own accord. It had already been proven that she had drugged him, so the company asked him to withdraw from the big reward fund as a punishment. When the reporters went to interview Lin Che's management company, the company was vague about it. They did not admit it, but they did not deny it either. The netizens immediately said that it was a tacit agreement. It was indeed a punishment. While the news was trending, Lin Che remained silent, as if he had never appeared. Gu Jingze was with Lin Che at this moment. He suddenly called Lin Che in the afternoon and said that he was coming to see her. Lin Che hurried out of the school. When he saw Gu Jingze, he ran over happily. There were no good places near the school, so he randomly found a cafe. For a while, the people in the cafe were all cleared out, leaving only the servants of the Gu family and his bodyguards. Gu Jingze said, I know you're in school. I think the food here isn't very good, so I brought some for you. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze, touched. Indeed, the food in our school is super disgusting. It's much worse than other schools. When I was in school here, it was like this. It hasn't changed in all these years. Seeing Lin Che eat with food at the corner of her mouth, Gu Jingze smiled. Actually, he felt that eating alone at home was no longer delicious, so he came here to look for Lin Che. Seeing her eat, he suddenly had a little appetite. He raised his hand and asked someone to prepare a portion for him, so he ate with Lin Che. There was only one woman in the world who could arouse his appetite with her ugly table manners, right? Asterisk Gu Jingze said, eat more. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. Don't worry, I won't starve myself. Don't think that I've been upset these few days, it doesn't affect my eating. Think about it, if I starve myself, they will be even happier. I won't let them be so happy. Gu Jingze looked at her quietly. If you can't help it, I can help you anytime. Then what's the point? I want them to slap their own faces a few times today. Let them be happy for a few days. Soon, I'll teach them a lesson. Lin Che shook his hand and said to him, "All right, you don't have to worry about me anymore." After the two of them finished eating, the people outside led Gu Jingze away. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and reached out to pull her into his arms. He hadn't seen her for a few days and she seemed to have gained some weight. She didn't look like she was affected by the incident, so he didn't feel so worried. Lin Che leaned into his embrace and was rubbed against by him. He gazed at her face and caressed her face with one hand. When he pressed against her lips, he moved closer and quietly kissed her. Lin Che was shocked and wanted to push him away. Seriously, what if someone saw them? There are people everywhere, Gu Jingze. Recently, he really liked to tease her regardless of the occasion. Gu Jingze moved away a little and said, "Where are the people from?" That's right, he had used some unknown method to clear out the people around him. But those bodyguards were also people. There are so many bodyguards, they should have gotten used to it long ago. How is that possible? Then start getting used to it now, Gu Jingze said and bit her lips even harder. He seemed to be very greedy as he kissed her and didn't let go of any corner of her mouth. After a long time, he finally let go. Panting, he pressed his forehead against hers and looked into her eyes quietly with his deep gaze. No matter when, those eyes were like the deep sea, with a penetrating depth that made people intoxicated. It also made Lin Che feel that with him by her side, no matter what difficulties they faced, they could actually get through it. Because, no matter what, she still had him as her backing. This gradually matured sense of security made her feel very surprised. But slowly, she felt this sense of security towards him. His eyes were a little too sexy. She pressed against him and slowly, her breathing became heavier. At this moment, after the bodyguards escorted Lin Che out, Gu Jingze also left quietly. The cafe reopened. No one knew who the newcomer was. They only knew that he was a very powerful person. In order to have a meal, he made everyone leave. At night, in the dormitory, Qin Wanwan looked at Lin Che and even smiled as she leaned over and said, "I saw your acting today. I really think that your acting is very good. Did you learn it at the Drama Academy?"